got so much that's going down on tonight's show. Tonight's show is meant to be one of the most significant on the road to WrestleMania. So this is going to be a big show, man. John Cena, Logan Paul, Kevin Owens against Solo Sikoa, Sami Zayn taking on Jimmy Uso, Johnny Gargano taking on Finn Balor. Like, it's stacked. Bianca versus Carmella as well, which, in all fairness, probably could sit on a normal Raw. But even so, the women's champion, the Raw women's champion, going to be in action tonight as well. This is stacked. This is really, like, pretty much as big as you can make it. So, yeah, obviously, I expect Cody to be around. They haven't announced anything for Cody, but I expect him to be around as well. And, yeah, they're saying that there's going to be some big moments, twists, turns. The buzz is real. The hype is real. The road to WrestleMania is real. So, yeah, very, very excited for tonight. So, obviously, we're coming off the back of a very, very good, borderline great AEW Revolution show. I thought they needed to deliver a very strong show, and they did that. So, had great fun with that last night. So, well done to AEW. Hopefully that gives them a little bit of momentum going into Wednesday. And we see, obviously, a good Dynamite coming off the back of it as well. All the fallout from Revolution. Obviously, SmackDown. SmackDown was pretty good. SmackDown had some moments. But, I mean, SmackDown has been set up for this weekend, hasn't it? Like, Jimmy has got to sort Jay out. He's got to get Jay back in the bloodline by Friday. Otherwise, Roman Reigns is going to take matters into his own hands. And he said the person he'll blame isn't Jay, it's Jimmy. He'll take it out on Jimmy. So this story is continuing to deliver an intrigue and unfold. So it feels like SmackDown is going to be quite significant as well. What with that ultimatum in place. So a big week in wrestling, to be honest. That's what we're looking at, a big week in wrestling. And don't forget, I haven't even mentioned, but NXT tomorrow. If you don't watch NXT, I would urge that you watch tomorrow's NXT because it's Roadblock. It's a special show and it is stacked. We've got like the likes of, I believe, Shawn Michaels is going to be on the Grayson Waller show. And we've also got like the Women's Championship on the line. We've got like loads of big matches. I think Toxic Attraction split up and now they're going to go against each other tomorrow. So like tomorrow's cards, even if you've only had like a passing interest in NXT, tomorrow's card definitely feels like one of those that you want to check out. So yeah, we will be doing that. We'll be live streaming that tomorrow. And pretty excited about that. The build for that has been kind of interesting. And as we said, fallout of Revolution on Wednesday as well. Big SmackDown coming up on Friday. I think it's a bit of a quiet weekend this weekend. I don't think we've got loads on. I think there is like a UFC show that we'll be doing, but no wrestling over the weekends, unfortunately. But hey ho, you can't have big weekends like what we just had every weekend. But our focus right now is on tonight. Looking forward to tonight. It's going to be good. Jacob, shout out to you, said Sean Ross Sapp said that Raw is supposed to really move the storylines for Mania tonight. Should be one of the best Raws in a long time. Off Tom said, do you think CM Punk will return to WWE? I personally don't. Only because, and we have touched on this a few times before, I just don't. I think the wounds were too deep. I think that he didn't enjoy his time at WWE. Certainly towards the end, when he had the championship, WWE Championship, he's been very vocal about how he was struggling to main event shows, and he was still having to play second fiddle to the likes of John Cena, and he could just never get to that, being the face. The outright face of the company, which is the position, of course, CM Punk believes that he should be in. And he was just never able to quite get there. And there was a lot of frustration. And, it boiled over, didn't it, to the point of he was meant to face Triple H at WrestleMania 30. I mean, we're going back nine years now. WrestleMania 30, when he was meant to face Triple H. And, he walked out and he said, Triple H needs me more than I need him, and called him Vince's doofus son-in-law. So it feels a little different because actually there's a lot of people that won't go back to WWE because of Vince. And I do think that CM Punk has his issues with Vince, but CM Punk is in a bit of a rare bracket where I genuinely think he's got issues with not just Vince, but Triple H as well. And I don't know that those issues have been resolved. So obviously he was very outspoken about WWE whilst he was with AEW. He didn't seem to have much love for WWE just recently. So now that it's all gone sour at AEW, could he go to WWE to spite AEW? Could he go to WWE as like a way of sticking a finger up at AEW? I don't know, is the answer. I don't know. I don't know that that's going to be enough of a reason for him to want to put himself through going back to WWE. I genuinely just think he doesn't like WWE. He doesn't want to return to WWE. And so, whatever's happened to AEW, I don't think will have an effect on him returning to WWE. There's been no rumors or anything concrete about him going back to WWE. I'm sure they would like to get him. I'm sure they would like to get him. I've no doubt that Triple H would love to have CM Punk back. I'm sure Triple H inside doesn't really like CM Punk after all the drama that's gone on between the company and CM Punk and some of the comments and things that have happened. So I'm sure inside, but Triple H is a businessman. Triple H knows that he's got a responsibility to book the best shows possible and give the fans what they want. So I've no doubt that Triple H would be open to it. I've just got serious doubts that CM Punk would be open to it. So it's not something I'm expecting, to be honest. I think the question for me is, does he go back to AEW? Does he go back to AEW? Or could he go to New Japan and just have a little few matches over there like we're seeing with Mercedes Moné at the moment? I feel like he probably would like to just get a farewell match or something. I think I don't know that it's all out of his system yet. So we'll have to see. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting, and there's no certainties. But yeah, don't feel brilliant about him coming back. Trini said, WWE doesn't need Punk. That's what made it unlikely. Why spend money and risk upsetting the locker room when the ratings and the shows are solid? Punk would go back to AEW. They need him. Big Time Back said, did you see Vince was backstage? I did. There's the rest of that comment's gone. I did see Vince was backstage. I didn't see the rest of that comment, but if it was going to be, do you think he's booking? My answer's going to be no. The rumors are also, if you saw that report from Fightful, was that they're not sure that he's going to be there for the start of the show. So it's not that he's there backstage with a headset on. And it's been reported that he is looking different. I think that he is there. I think he's got a really close relationship with John Cena. That's been reported in this article as well. I don't think it's a coincidence that this is like one of the biggest shows on the road to WrestleMania. John Cena is there. Logan Paul is there. This is, as we said, a very significant show tonight. And so, Vince McMahon is backstage. It doesn't mean that he's got the headset on. It doesn't mean that he's directing. It doesn't mean he's took over creative. It doesn't mean any of those things. So for me, this isn't an indicator that he's booking the show. I know people are adamant that Triple H would never do Brock versus Amos, but we've said before, if the original plan was to do Brock versus Bray, and Brock said, I don't want to do that, then, you start going down a list of, right, okay, who do we have? They might have already had in place Drew versus Gunther. By the time you actually go, okay, well, what do we do with Brock then? some of your options that you'd go, well, you could do Gunther, you could do this, you could do that. They might have been taken. They might be off the table. They might not be available anymore, right? You might have already gone, yeah, that's the match to do. I like that. Let's do, we need something big for Drew. And he's on the same brand as Gunther. So we can build that up every single week. And the other thing as well is like booking Gunther against Brock would be difficult, to be honest, because you don't really want either to lose. I mean, Brock is coming off like a very weird little feud with Bobby, which I don't think did much for either guy. I don't think Bobby has come out of that feud with Brock like a bigger star, right? I don't think he's come out with like more credibility. I mean, the wins that he got were all like very kind of suspect. They weren't really anything, it's like a DQ for that third one. It was 1-1 going into that final match. And he wins because Brock delivers a low blow and got frustrated, was struggling to get out of the hurt lock, kicked backwards, DQ. It's not like the most satisfying victory in the world. So I don't really think that feud did much for either person. So, like, as I said, I don't think you would want Brock to then take another loss at WrestleMania, but do you really want Gunther to lose at WrestleMania? Like, I would argue that you wouldn't want Gunther to take the loss either. So I'm sure that was looked at, and there's rumors that it was looked at, but I think that the Drew match makes more sense because I think Drew can take the L. Drew can take the L. Drew's just been bobbing around. He's been in a bit of a tag team with Sheamus. He's a former champ, world champ, not that long ago. At that big moment at Clash at the Castle, his stock is still relatively high. I mean, it's all right. And he's a credible name. He's one of the biggest names on SmackDown. That would be a big statement win for Gunther, and it would be a banging match as well. So I don't mind the Drew match. And it was like, obviously, if it goes that way, we still don't know it's quite going to be that, but it feels like it's going to be that. And so Brock and Moss just looks good to the casuals, doesn't it? Just looks good to the casuals. I honestly, it's not an indicator to me that is Vince's back. Really isn't. I think that to the casual fans, the people that only tend to tune in for the Rumbles, the Manias, the SummerSlams, those people that don't watch week in, week out, but did you hear it's WrestleMania this weekend? Are you going to watch it? Like they watch it every year for Mania, something like that. Those people, like you've got Brock, who you know, and you might not really know Amos, but oh my God, look at the size of him. Like, look at this. This is going to be amazing. Look at this match. I can totally see that playing well to the casuals. So, yeah, I don't subscribe to the Vince's back booking mentality. But what I will say is I do think that Vince has got an input. I do think he's got an input. No way either do I think he's just completely out of the equation. I don't think that. But then I've never thought that. I mean, he has got, and I've said before, he has got 24/7 access to Triple H. If he wants to pick up a phone at 3 a.m. with an idea and call Triple H, he has got the ability to do that, right? It's his son-in-law. So I think the idea that they don't talk, or the idea that booking never comes up in conversation, or the fact they don't have discussions, or I mean, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And also, I think the idea that Triple H doesn't reach out to Vince and get guidance from Vince. I mean, you just would, wouldn't you? You just would. If I was in Triple H's position and I'm trying to book and I've got a few dilemmas, the first person I'm calling is Vince, because he's been there, done it, and he's been like, he's done it a million times. So is Vince booking? No. But is Vince guiding and assisting? Yeah, I can see that. But I think he's been doing that all along. I don't think this is just something that's magically started recently for Mania. I think he's been doing that all along. So that's my belief. And it's nothing more than a belief, because obviously I'm not part of those conversations. But that's where I think things are. Ryan Gambler said, "Good evening. Is Cena theory for the title?" I would imagine so. I can't see. I mean, like, they haven't announced the match. It's believed that's going to be the match. And it's not believed that Theory's going to lose the title before Mania. So I think, yeah, that is definitely for the belt. I can see them going that way. I can't see why you wouldn't do it. I'm just trying to think, why wouldn't you do it? Like, why would Cena turn down the opportunity to win another title and win the United States title? And that's a belt that he carried before and did such a great job with. So I know the story isn't about that. Like, at the moment, it's Austin Theory just showing a lot of disrespect to John Cena. So it's not about Cena wanting the belt. It's not like Cena's calling out Austin Theory because he's the United States champion. But yeah, I think if you've got a belt that can be included to add that little extra spice, why not? Why not? Ryan Gambler, shout out to you. Elliot said, fantasy booking. Could we see Sammy added to the 5-way to face Gunther at WrestleMania? Sammy wins, Gunther moves on to Cody. Then you do Jay versus Jimmy, Kevin Owens versus Solo. Could they do that? Yes. Will they do that? No. I don't see that happening. I don't see them moving Sammy into that story. There's been no indication of Sammy going into that story. It would be a massive deviation. I mean, Sammy's focus is bringing down the bloodline. He's been that's what his promos are about. We're hearing him saying that he wants Kevin's help in doing that. Kevin said no. Kevin then attacked on Friday, was it? Monday? And said that he doesn't need help, right? So this needing help, I want your help, I don't need help. This has been introduced, right, in the past couple of weeks, and that very much suggests that they're heading towards them, joining forces, because like the idea that I need your help, I'm not going to give you my help. Kevin Owens doing it on his own, saying I don't need anyone's help. That to me just says there's something happening there. There's something happening. And obviously we all know the rumors of Sammy and Kevin. So I think for Sammy now to just go off into an Intercontinental title like match at WrestleMania against Gunther and just be completely away from the bloodline, I think that would be such a deviation from what the story and everything. I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that. And I mean, like, I must admit, I'm not a big fan of Gunther and Cody straight after WrestleMania. I know that the match would be amazing, but that match is going to be amazing whenever you do it, right? That's just an amazing match that's waiting to happen. I think that you have to select the right time for it, and this does not feel like the right time to me. Doesn't feel like the right time, because if you do Cody and Gunther, I just think that I don't think Gunther's ready to be world champion. I don't think we've built him up enough. We spoke about this the other day, and I still feel the same. I don't think he's had enough premium live event matches. He had a great performance at the Rumble, but then there wasn't a premium live event in December. When you go back to Survivor Series, I can't remember what he did. I don't think he was at Crown Jewel. I mean, like, honestly, there's been a bit of a run where he wasn't at SummerSlam. There was a bit of a run where the Intercontinental Championship wasn't being defended at premium live events. We were seeing like that being defended on the go-homes or the Friday after. For some reason, they weren't putting that belt, and sometimes the US title weren't going on to the actual premium live events. I just feel like he's obviously had some banging matches. It's one of the greatest Intercontinental runs, but I want to see him defend it more at premium live events. I want to see him in front of large amounts of people, right? I want to see him putting on more bangers on that sort of a stage before we then start pulling the trigger on him becoming world champion. So that's a missing piece for me. So I don't like the idea of us getting the belt off him then going after Cody. I also think, is Cody going to lose the belt at first time of trying? I would think probably not. So that means that Gunther is going to lose to Cody, which I know a lot of people will be like, yeah, that's fine. But like, I think we've just done a load of work to build up Gunther for him to now like clearly be put in a position where I just don't think he's going to win. I think if you wait and do it a bit further down the road, right? Dare I say, next year's WrestleMania, right? Cody versus Gunther, WrestleMania 40, right? Might not have to be that long, but I want a big show, right? I want a big show, and even SummerSlam, I would have my doubts if that was too soon. So let's say next year WrestleMania. By that point, he would have had more premium live event matches, more exposure. He will have broke the Intercontinental Championship records. So he will be the person that held the belt longer than anyone else in history. Tick, 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 tick. Also, Cody will have had the belt for a while then. And so it becomes a lot more believable that Cody could lose the title to Gunther. And so all of a sudden, all this building up, you've started now to get to the point where this could go either way. Like, Cody could absolutely lose the title to Gunther. Gunther is credible. He's a monster. He's ready to be world champion. He's done everything he can do with the Intercontinental Championship, and I don't think that can be said right now. So I'm a believer that this should not happen so soon. And just wait that little bit. Just wait, because the match is going to be amazing. But it will be amazing this weekend, next weekend, the weekends after, 6 months later, 12 months later. Like, this is an amazing match that we can have at any time. But I just don't think the timing's quite right yet. But there are reports that they are interested in looking at Cody and Gunther relatively soon. So WWE are seemingly just desperate for like monster heels and big opponents for Cody. Again, we don't know how accurate these reports are, by the way, right? Because obviously Cody's got to win the title first. I feel pretty good about him doing that at WrestleMania. I think the story is there, finish the story. And unless they're going to have him lose first time of trying and then eventually get it at, say, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, right? So he loses at WrestleMania, he's gutted, can't believe it, and then he gets it at SummerSlam. Unless we're going to do that story, and then that means we can just extend the bloodline story a bit further, a bit longer, then maybe, but I don't give much of a chance to that, to be honest. I think it's more likely that in front of 80-odd thousand people, we finish the story, we finish Cody's story, and the bloodline goes into a new phase. Because the whole bloodline thing's crumbling apart. I mean, right now, the bloodline feels like an aircraft that's like in nosedive. We've got bits of the plane shuddering and flying off as the plane's coming down. The bloodline does not feel in a healthy place at the moment, does it? You've got Jay, who still hasn't come back. Sammy's gone. Jay has been gone since the Rumble. He doesn't know what to do. Jimmy can't bring him back. Now you've got Roman saying to Jimmy, I'm going to blame you if you don't bring Jay back. So there's a third member that's going to get into trouble. I mean, really, other than Roman, Heyman, Solo, like everything else has completely fallen apart. So the bloodline is in a mess. It's in complete disarray at the moment. So I don't know if we're just seeing the final kind of shuddering of the bloodline as it does just completely fall apart at WrestleMania, or do we find a way of just patching it up, just temporarily getting something sorted so that we can limp our way through to, say, SummerSlam? I think it's more likely WrestleMania, but there's definitely people out there that think Roman could get through the grandest stage of them all. But it's interesting. It's a big conversation, isn't it? Elliot, shout out to you. Bit of fantasy booking. I'm always here for that, buds. Always here for a little bit of the old fantasy booking. Alfie said, what do you think about Balor Gargano? I personally think it could become a rivalry when Ripley interferes in their match tonight, causing Gargano the loss and a rematch at a later date. Yeah, I don't mind us revisiting that. I think it's always a little bit of a shame when you get these types of matches because, to be honest, this is an NXT TakeOver main event. This is a mid-card championship match. Neither guy is at main event level. So I can't say it's a world title match, right? But it feels like an NXT main event, takeover main event, NXT championship easily, of course. It feels like a mid-card match, fine. But like, because it's just a little backstage disagreement that happened last week, it doesn't really have much impact. Like tonight, we're talking about Sammy and Jimmy, right? We're talking about Kevin and Solo. We're talking about the fact that we've got these matches happening tonight. The Bloodline story, obviously, still one of the biggest things going. Cena's back. Logan's going to be confronting Seth. Vince McMahon's backstage. Like, it just feels like the Finn and Johnny Gargano match is very much like to the sides. Very much like, oh, and this is happening as well. Because it's had no real build to it. And it's definitely a match that we should revisit. It's definitely a feud that I would love to see in the future. It's a feud that's got, massive potential. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you could absolutely see Rhea getting involved, a little rivalry start in there, and us revisiting it further down the road. The only thing I would say is that the focus right now has to be on Edge. So I think if anything's going to happen, then I'm thinking it's probably going to involve Edge. Maybe Finn loses to Johnny, and we can revisit it further down the road because Finn's bothered about the loss. Maybe Rhea interferes, as you said, and Finn wins, and Johnny's bothered by that, and so we revisit it further down the road. Either way, I could see there being a beatdown afterwards. Edge makes the save, something along those lines. The focus right now has to be on WrestleMania, has to be on Finn and Edge. But could this be a future feud? Absolutely. Johnny is someone that is not quite right yet for like a big match at Mania. We haven't really done enough with him. We brought him in and he's getting settled and he's done a few things with the Miz and Dexter and, we've done a couple of bits like that, but with like less than 30 days, 20-something days till WrestleMania, we're not really ready, I think, for Johnny to have a singles match. I'm not expecting him to have a singles match. If he is going to have a singles match, it's going to be one of those low kickoff show type deals, there doesn't feel to be much of a feud happening for him at the moment with 20 odd days to go. I mean, don't forget, we got a couple of weeks and then it's the go home. So we just don't have much time to build anything. And this week he's facing Finn Balor, who's already got a match at WrestleMania. So I can't see anything coming out of this week's show for Johnny for WrestleMania. So as I said, I don't know what we're going to do with him. Hopefully we do something, but to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he finds himself going into the Andre Battle Royal and that being his spot this year. If he can get a match, which would be awesome if he could, and I really hope he does, find a way of getting a match, it's going to be booked very late. And as a result, it's not going to have had much build. It's not going to have much focus. And I could totally see it being a kickoff show match, or I could totally see it being a match that's made even for the Friday SmackDown or the Monday after WrestleMania. I mean, in all fairness, the way that they treat the SmackDown before WrestleMania and the Raw after WrestleMania, they do try to make both of those shows a big deal. And I think this year, in particular, you're going to see those extra big. I think Triple H knows the Raw after WrestleMania is very important. And actually, that is a show that has not delivered in recent years, largely thanks to the pandemic and lockdown. But it's not delivered. I don't know why they've not gone bigger with it, but even when we had people back last year, like last year's offering was all right. It was okay. But if you went back to like 2014, 2013, 2012, 2015, like that period, I mean, those shows were insane. They were insane. Like we had like the crowds going mental throughout the whole show. There was constant returns and NXT call-ups. I'm thinking like Paige coming out to congratulate AJ Lee and winning the women's championship on that show. Like, AJ Lee that had the belt for a while, beaten all comers, and then boom, here's Paige from NXT, loses the belt in that same segment. Oh my God, amazing. Dolph cashing in, amazing. Roman being booed out the building after WrestleMania 33 for the first 10 minutes of Raw, couldn't even speak, and they were booing him out the building. That was amazing. Brock Lesnar coming back after one of the Cena Rock matches the night before at Mania. And then he comes out. I think that was after 29. And then he comes back to WWE. And, oh my God, the place goes bananas. I can't remember if that was after 28 or 29, but he walks out and the place, now I'm thinking about it, it might be 28, Might have been after WrestleMania 28 because he was at 29, wasn't he? So it would have been after 28 and then the place going bananas. Like, these are big moments, man. These are great moments. That Raw was goated. Like, those Raws after Mania, and it's just not been that same level. Under Triple H, though, I've got high hopes that he will bring it back to that kind of atmosphere, carnival. Anything can happen and does. And so I'm really excited for the Raw after Mania this year. And we have seen in recent years that the Friday, the go-homes, they've been having the Andre Battle Royals. So the Andre Battle Royal, I think I'm right in saying the Andre Battle Royal and an Intercontinental Tag Team match were done on the go-home SmackDowns. So that go-home SmackDown isn't really treated like a go-home show, but of course it is. We still use a lot of it to, don't forget, it's WrestleMania this weekend. Here's the matches. Here's the card, blah, 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 right? Here's some interviews. We still do all of that, of course. But we also get, here's the Andre Battle Royal. And we also get, here's an Intercontinental Tag Team title match. No, Intercontinental match. And then we get, lots of big matches that you would think could have made it onto WrestleMania. So we might see that as well. So Johnny might end up playing a part on the Raw show or something along those lines. So apparently Triple H is going to strip down WrestleMania and make it a bit more streamlined and not make it as bloated and not try and ram as many people onto it. And I might be in the minority here, but I agree. I completely agree. I think for the show to be the best it can be, use your best stories, your best performers in the best feuds and go with that. Don't go, I need to fit, whoever AJ Styles onto the show. I need to try and find a way of getting Liv Morgan into this show. I need to fit in Mansoor, right? I don't know. But this is what we have been doing. Like, I need to try and shoehorn this person in and get that person in. And I know these people are going to be disappointed at missing out at WrestleMania. That's the world, innit? Listen, there's people that don't make the team for the Super Bowl, right? There's people that don't make the teams for the World Cup final. There's people that don't make the teams for Champions League finals. Like, this is sport. This is what happens. Like, you just don't sometimes make the team. And so you have to go with the best show possible. You have to go with delivering the quality. And so I'm with Triple H. If that is his belief and that is what he's doing, I'm with him. He's got my support. Go on, son. Go on. How dare Vince be backstage at a company he owns? It's absolutely shocking of him. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute... He's taking liberties. Yeah, you're right. You're right, James. How dare he? Who does he think he is? Doesn't he know that we don't want him? Doesn't he know that he's not welcome anymore? Do you know what time John Cena is on the show? I don't. I could find out because it'll be on Fightful. I don't know if it'll be on yet, but they always put a rundown on there. Actually, what they've started to do is they've started to put the rundown and then any spoiler things they've put at the bottom. So because I'm such a kind person and I'm awesome, I will have a look for you, see if they've put that up and see where the Cena is. And I'm going to try and avoid any spoilers. Here we go. Match order. He is fourth from the end, fourth segment from the end. So that's either going to be, there we go. I didn't look at spoilers. So fourth from the end for Cena. So he's either going to be at the start of the final hour or end of hour 2. Probably, I'm guessing he'll be what takes us from hour 2 into hour 3 then. So looks like the end of hour 2 into hour 3. John Cena. There you go. David said, I'm looking forward to Becky and Lita as well as new tag team champions. That's not... Is that tonight? We've got new champions. They haven't announced any segments with them, have they? I don't think they have. I watched the official preview and they didn't mention anything. But then saying that sometimes there's matches that get announced after that's put out there. So I'm sure we will get something to do with Becky and Lita. Yes. And damage control and all of that. But I honestly don't know what it is. I haven't seen anything on the official preview. I just realized I need to book off the Monday after WrestleMania, said Dortnight. Are you going to be on the show, Dortnight? Are you actually debuting? Amazing. E. Francisco 32 said, I've not watched WWE for 7 years, but I am back and I am hooked. Yeah, man, it's a good time. It's a good time. I tell you what, you've missed some dark time. It's not been easy at times, right? During the pandemic, it was a struggle. I think one thing we learned was wrestling without fans don't hit the same, right? It's there was still some good moments. Let's not say it was complete trash. There was definitely still some good moments, but I think we're bubbling. We're bubbling at the moment. We're in a different place. I think there's plenty of great performers, plenty of potential. I think what's so exciting about WWE specifically right now is that you can sort of throw together quite a few different combinations and get quite a few very tasty cards. I mean, Bray has come back, and so far he's faced one person. So straight away, Bray versus whoever, right? You've got a plethora of people that you can get some, interesting builds out of. I know people are split on Bray and are split on his matches, but I do think that he has very interesting stories. His segments, not always, but his segments can be very interesting. And so I am into the Bray character at the moment, and I am very interested in seeing what we do with him. So you've got potential there. Obviously, Cody hasn't faced that many people. Cody last year, faced Seth 3 times at premium live events, faced a few people on like Raw. We did actually get Cody, Kevin Owens, and we did get Cody versus Miz. But I mean, again, since he's come back, he's not had many matches. And so we've got a load of people for Cody to face. We've just been talking about Johnny Gargano. There's loads. I mean, Gunther. Gunther's been over on SmackDown. Gunther's not faced tons of people over on... Well, there's still plenty of people to face on SmackDown, but he's not touched Raw. So you've got loads of great matchups for the likes of Gunther. So Cody, Gunther, Bray, Johnny Gargano. Like, there's loads. Someone actually put a list up of like matches that Roman can still have. Roman hasn't faced certain people as well. So there's matches for Roman. And that he could have as well. So yeah, it's quite an exciting time at the moment because Triple H brought so many people back. We've got like this mixture of like experience and new faces and just loads of potential. So I agree, it is quite an exciting time, and that is showing itself in the ratings. SmackDown just did a 2.4 again. I mean, SmackDown consistently was 2.2. 2.2 was its ceiling, 2.2, 2.1, 2 million, sometimes even 1.9 if it was an exceptionally bad week, but normally around that 2 to 2.2 range, that was SmackDown. This year, it's doing 2.3, 2.4, it's even done 2.5, right? And I know that might not seem like the biggest thing in the world, but that's around a 10% increase. That's around a 10% more people watching SmackDown than have been. And not only is it that, but also if you look at the ratings for the longest time, and we are going back like a decade, if not even more, right? 2 decades, ratings have been like this, going down. Like, it's been a decline for various reasons. Obviously, the way that we all watch and consume shows is very different now. So ratings are going down like this. So not only have we seen an increase of 10% for SmackDown, we've seen an increase. Like any increase is significant. Even a 0.5% increase would be like, oh my God, we've stopped the decline. This is amazing. We're flatlining. We're flatlining. It's not even that. We've gone up 10%. I mean, it's fantastic. It really is. So, yeah, you're not alone. People have returned to WWE, intrigued by Triple H's booking. But then I think SmackDown especially, really drawn in by the Bloodline story. I think the Bloodline story has done a lot of heavy lifting. But you've got to give credit to Bray, because I do think White Rabbit was a big success. And I do think that... I don't know how many people have jumped off the hype train, to be honest, because I do see a lot of kind of split opinions in regards to what's going on with Bray at the moment. So that doesn't feel anywhere near as strong as the Bloodline. But the thing with Bray is he's always got potential. He's always got the ability to just deliver an amazing, like, Funhouse segment or an amazing feud where he brings back the Fiends, and like, well, you know, you're just waiting for. It's like Bray is absolutely like a sleeping giant. I mean, he has got the ability to just bring all of these elements together into, you know, Alexa could come back in, and then you've got Alexa as like a darker persona. Howdy hopefully will continue to get like settled down, and we'll find our feet with him. Bray has now found himself, so we're starting to get Funhouse episodes. It doesn't feel like we're a million miles away from the Fiend returning as well, and that's something people have been very vocal about wanting on social media. So, you know, Bray feels like he's a bit of a sleeping giant at the moment. And I mean, look, I was quite impressed visually with the Pitch Black match. I thought it looked pretty good from a visual aspect, something a bit different, something that we just don't normally see, with the lights out and the fluorescent kind of colors. I thought, and the body paint as well. I thought the body, and Bray, the size of him, I thought was very impressive. It was just a shame that the match was really short, and people had waited so long to see Bray that I think there was a lot of disappointment that the match was so short, so kind of underwhelming. I didn't think it was like this epic disaster that everyone was like claiming it was. But I can understand why there was disappointment there. But yeah, look, I mean, it's a really good time. It's a really good time. I don't even think we've begun to scratch the surface. And I think the WrestleMania card looks pretty good as well. I think Triple H can book. He's not perfect, right? But no one would be, right? No one would be. I would be the first to admit that if I was in that position, there'd be plenty of stuff I would do that people would not be on board with, right? That's just the way of the world. Like, there's no, you could do a poll asking anything about wrestling, and I'm fairly confident you're not going to get 100% feedback in the same direction. You know, if you ask the question, like, you know, is Bianca worthy of being champion, right? It's going to be, I don't know, 80-20, right? Should Roman Reigns lose the title? I don't know, 70-30, right? You're not going to get 100% because we don't all think the same things. So you've got to do just the best thing you can do. You've got to do what you think is the right thing to do. And I think by and large, he's done a really good job. There's definitely stuff in there that I can point at that I wouldn't have done. And I'm sure you wouldn't have done. But as I said, I just don't think there's no one out there that's going to deliver something that's going to 100% please me, 100% please you, 100% please everyone. Because I just don't think that booking exists. So it's a very, very difficult job. It's a very difficult job. And you've got to say, he's done it very, very well. Done it very well. So, yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. Sean said, I enjoy the content. Keep up the good work. Sean, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I mean, look, we talk about wrestling, obviously. And we like to start this hour before so we can go through as many thoughts and theories and just chuck some stuff around. And again, just kind of touching on what we just said, you know, it's opinions. These are my opinions. You can go to different channels on YouTube to get different opinions. I think the one thing that we do here, and what I try to do, is just give you my honest thoughts, and that's it. That's all I can guarantee. I'll give you my honest opinions, honestly what I see, and you lot obviously do the same in the chat as well. And it just, we just take it from there basically, and just talk about the shows, what we like, what we want to see change, and react to them as they're coming along. But yeah, I think if you like coming onto the streams thinking that we're all going to agree on everything, like, it's just not going to happen, is it? It's just not going to happen. That's just not the way of the world. If Twitter has taught us anything, it's definitely taught us that. Sean, shout out to you, buds. Jeremiah said, do you think Cena will come out with a new shirt tonight? Do I think he'll come out with a new shirt tonight? I think there is definitely a chance of that, yes. Yeah, there's definitely a chance, because he is expected, obviously, to be at WrestleMania. So, yeah. When he did his 20 years, he had all new merch for that. So, yeah, I could see him coming out with something new. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I wonder what it'll be. I wonder if because he's a bit older, will it be something a little bit more subdued, or are we still going to rock the fluorescent colors? You know what I mean? Is it going to be like fluorescent pink again, or something like this? I don't know. Or have we got a little bit older now, and so maybe it's not going to be as... We'll have to wait and see. Good point. Mitchell said, should we read anything into Vince being backstage? No. I think it's probably just because John Cena is back. I agree. We touched on it earlier, and my feelings are still the same. I think that he has always had Triple H's ear. I think he's always had the ability to speak to Triple H, give ideas to Triple H. I think Triple H equally has had the ability to reach out to Vince, get advice from Vince. I think that what we've seen all throughout Triple H's run is Triple H booking, but with some Vince guidance in there. And I think that has been from the very beginning, right? Maybe there were times where Vince had to focus on other things, like he's been pursuing a sale, and Triple H, I think by and large has got it under control. Like, I don't think he needs to bother Vince about every little detail. I think he knows this business inside and out, knows what he's doing. He's booked NXT. He can do this, right? But there's going to come points where he's going to be like, I just don't know. I just don't know what the right way forward is with this. What do you think? And that he'll get the advice of Vince. And maybe it's just big picture stuff. Maybe it's just big picture stuff, and the little, little things, whatever. We can fix that. We can sort that. But like big things, like, we go to Vince about. Like, for example, should Sammy win in Montreal, right? I'm not saying that was a Vince decision. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying that would be an example of the kind of thing that Triple H could reach out to Vince about and get a bit of guidance with, right? So for me, this has been all the way along, all the way through, right? Could it have been a case that Triple H said, I just don't know what to do with Brock? I wanted to do Brock Gunther, but I think booking it's going to be difficult. I also like the idea of Drew Gunther, so I'm not sure that's the right way forwards. Equally, Brock versus Bray. Brock doesn't want to do that. Like, what do you think? Like, could it have been that they had that conversation and came up with the Amos match? I wouldn't rule that out. The one thing that I really don't believe is happening, right? The one thing that I really just do not believe, I would have to see concrete evidence to believe this has happened, is Vince saying, I want Brock versus Amos, and you are going to put it on the show. And for Triple H to have no choice but to do it. I just don't believe that's happened. I think that he reaches out to Vince, and I think they work together on that, if you will. I just don't think that this Brock Amos thing was demanded by Vince and has come, and that's a thing. So there's also reports, as we said, that Vince is not going to be around for the whole show. So again, if he was booking the show, I mean, first of all, if he was booking the show, he doesn't have to be there, right? So it's not an indicator of anything. If he was booking the show, he doesn't need to be there. He is not taking over clearly from Triple H. he's still trying to sell the company, and we know that that's still a major focus for him. So it's not like he's coming back to take over from Triple H. I think that he's around because of Cena. I agree. I agree. There's been lots of reports that he's met with Cena quite a few times. So I think that they've got a good relationship. They met up a lot outside of the business, and I think he's there to just be there for John and maybe see some old faces again. This is a big Raw. This is a big Raw. We are 9 minutes away from one of the most significant Raws on the road to WrestleMania. So Vince being backstage, The other thing as well, it's important for Vince, actually, just completely away from the whole is he booking and all this conversation. It's important for him to be backstage because he's got to show strength. He's got to be visible, right? Because when the allegations were made against Vince, what was Vince's first instinct? What did Vince do? He went on TV twice, maybe even 3 times, can't remember, but it was definitely twice or more. He went on TV. Did he say anything important? No. He was like, next week, John Cena's going to be on the show. And like, that was it. And that announcement had already been made. So it's not like we found out the news that way. He came onto the show to tell us something we already knew, right? But what he was doing was he was showing that he is not hiding and he is not backing down and he is not going anywhere. I mean, ultimately, he did go somewhere because in his mind, he was given bad advice and told to go, advised to go. And he listened to that advice. And I mean, look, when he did retire, it was a tweet, wasn't it? It was a tweet. That was it. There was no big farewell, big emotional thing. It was a tweet. You can tell that it was not a planned thing. So you can tell that we all knew that this was not his choice when he went. And I think when he was going onto TV, he was doing that as a show of strength. I'm not hiding. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in charge of this company. This is my company. And for me, that's what he was doing. That's what he was showing. And I think this is part of it as well. I think he is back. He's always been the owner of the company, the majority shareholder of the company. Been big allegations made against him. Those allegations have gone away thanks to millions and millions of dollars, right? So is he going to just retreat now and let people say things about him? And just live his life away from WWE. That's not Vince. Vince is back, not in hiding. Here I am. I'm still around. To me, this is a show of strength in a way, not hiding, not backing down, and doing it on one of the biggest Raws as we build towards WrestleMania. And obviously, is anyone going to be surprised if he's at WrestleMania? I'm not saying on the show. Equally, I wouldn't rule it out, but backstage at least, I can definitely see him being around at WrestleMania, shaking people's hands, saying hello to people, telling them they're doing a great job, whatever. A little bit of PR for himself, putting himself in a good light. Oh, I've been watching you. You've been doing brilliant. Blah blah blah. I could definitely see that. Definitely see that. So no, I wouldn't read. I wouldn't read too much into it. But equally, look, could I be sitting here and could I be completely wrong? Yeah, of course. I'm not backstage. I'm not backstage. I'm not privy to all these conversations. But just from the reports that I read, the kind of mental images that I've built up over time of people and how they work and their relationships and the various interviews that I've seen from people where you get just little insights into things, the little Triple H interviews, like the one he did with Ariel Helwani that I thought was very interesting. You just sort of get a little bit of an understanding as to what the relationships are like and what's happening backstage. And that's just my read of where things are. But as I said, I could be wrong. Defcon Eric and Jack Styles Playground said Mr. T, Hulk versus Clubber Lang and Thunderlips. Who wins? Where's it being booked? I don't know where it's being booked. If it's being booked in WWE in the 80s, the faces are winning. If it's being booked in a Rocky movie and, like, you know, it's going to play a part in the story and Rocky's going to have to avenge, then the heels are going to win, aren't they? So this is the same as when people, like, I got the question the other day about Young Bucks versus Usos, who wins? And it's like, well, it doesn't work that way, because if it's booked in WWE, it's going to be the Usos. But if it's booked in AEW, probably going to be the Young Bucks. And if it's booked in a neutral venue, probably going to be that, you know, one team will win it by screwing the other over. It'll set up a rematch and we end 1-1. Like, I know that's like a bit obvious, but like that's how I think it would go. I really think that's how it would go. So, and I think this would be the same. So if it was booked in WWE, Hulk Hogan and Mr. T would win. If it's booked in Rocky's film franchise, then it would be Clubber Lang and Thunderlips, because I'm guessing Rocky would want to beat up the heels and get revenge. And so, yeah, it would depend where it was being booked. Sean G said, as a Cross fan, I feel that he can do good work, promos, in ring, etc. At the moment, he feels as if he is treading water and directionless. Thoughts? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think Triple H has. I think we spoke earlier about how he's a good booker, but not perfect, because no one's perfect. And I would say that some of the people he's brought back have been a bit underwhelming. Some of it might be down to them, but definitely some of it is down to the booking. I mean, he brought back Carrion and put him straight into a feud with Drew. Now, that feud was okay. It wasn't amazing, but it was all right. It was okay. And we just haven't had anything after that. I mean, I think after that, he turned his attention to Rey Mysterio, and this has been awful, because clearly Rey's focus has been on Dominic, and Dominic has been coming over to SmackDown and has been like, you know, getting, you know, we didn't even see Rey at the Rumble because Dominic attacked him and came out with his dad's mask. So we know that, like, he's been struggling with Dominic still. So this means that Carrion has been playing second fiddle in his, well, third fiddle in his, because Rey's clearly more popular. So, you know, he's going to be less of a focus than what Rey is. He's also less of a focus than Dominic is. And so, you know, this is only his second feud as well. Like, and I would say the other issue, he's on the same show as Bray, right? So when you're doing, like, the kind of black and white Scarlet with the tarot cards, and the setting the cards on fire and, like, all this kind of stuff, I mean, that just pales into insignificance when later on in the show you've got Uncle Howdy, and you've got, like, all this imagery that Bray presents, and then you've got, like, you know, Howdy walking out into the arena and all this kind of stuff going on, or a Funhouse episode. I mean, Carrion it's not a talking point, is it? When that show ends, you're not thinking about how cool Carrion and Scarlet looked, because the Bray stuff tends to overshadow it. So I think he's on the wrong brand. I think he has been put in the wrong feuds. I think that creatively, it's just not worked out for him. They just haven't. They haven't bedded him in. I don't even think we've seen him enough. I don't even feel like I've seen him wrestle and compete regular enough. I feel like we never introduced him last time. Do you remember when he came out with the gladiator straps, kinky cross? I mean, he was only around for a hot minute. So he's never really been introduced to the main roster crowds. If you didn't watch NXT, you wouldn't even know who he is. Scarlett was never brought up. So we've never been introduced to her. So everything we've learned about him, we've had to learn since he returned. And as I said, I thought the Drew feud was okay, but should have been a lot stronger. Right, we are starting with the show. We are going over to the show. We've got Jimmy and Solo arriving. There is the wise man. Is Heyman. Okay. One more time. One more time. Jimmy, you heard the tribal chief on Friday. He's very explicit. Solve the Sammy problem. Sammy escaped, which means he survived. Which means Sami Zayn is live here in Brooklyn tonight. Sammy chants. Excellent. I'm so pleased to hear those Sammy chants. Solve the Sammy problem. Solve it once and for all. Nice. Defcon Eric said Amos versus Brock would be a normal booked match for WrestleMania 1 to 16. Yeah, I don't think it was. I don't think it's an exceptionally weird match to book, to be honest. And I might be in the minority on that, but I think for WrestleMania season, it's for casual fans. It's maybe not a match you would book on a B show or stuff like this, but like for WrestleMania, the casual fans, the optics of it, you know, it's gonna have that wow factor, and that's what you look for WrestleMania. Right, here's Kevin Owens. Yeah, I don't disagree, but Defcon Eric and Jack Styles Playground, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we go into one of the biggest Raws of 2023. This is gonna be significant. Right, Kevin Owens is starting the show. Sold out TD Garden. John Cena returns tonight. Oh, man, the show is so stacked. Stacked. New women's tag team champions, Trish Stratus, is going to be here with Becky and Lita. So they are going to be in person on the show, or at least I think in person. Face to face, Seth Rollins and Logan Paul. Sami Zayn, Jimmy Uso. Okay, we've got Owens in the ring, and it's going to be Solo Sikoa that makes his way down. I mean, this is a main event match. Absolutely a main event match. You just expect a screwy finish, don't you? I mean, this is a WrestleMania match. It's a fantastic match, but there's always just this little niggle. Like, it's amazing. It's Owens. It's Solo. I just don't get the feeling that we're going to see a WrestleMania pay-per-view worthy match here. I don't get the feeling I'm going to see a clean finish. Let's see. Let's see. I'd love it to be. I would love this to be an absolute banger. Let's go. Let's go. Owens firing in shots on Solo. Solo on the outside of the ring. Owens with Solo hurling him into the barricades. And big shots coming in. Big blows raining down. Solo hurling Kevin into the ring post. I wonder if we will finally get a Hall of Fame announcement tonight, said Rory. That would be good. Needed as well. I can't believe. I mean, they must have told the people because they've got to make arrangements for actually getting there. But it's mental, isn't it? It's mental how we've not had. It's the start of March. Bella sounded and shots raining in. James said, "What are your thoughts on the MJF outrage?" I haven't seen it. What is it? Is it about the kids? Is that the outrage, or is there something else? So I must admit, I obviously we didn't finish the stream till about 5. I then did a bit of work. I then had to go up the road to Telford. So I went to Telford, actually popped to the bank and get a few, life. By the time I came back, it was lunchtime. So had sleep, got up, had something to eat, researched Raw. Here I am. So I haven't actually seen much in the way of Fallout. I've seen bits in my notifications. I saw like a few comments from the likes of Will Washington, Sean Ross Sapp, things like that, But no, what is it? Is it the kids? Yeah, it was about him throwing tequila over the kids. I put a tweet out about it. So my thoughts are that I didn't mind it at the time. If you watch the watch along, I mean, I haven't watched the watch along back, so I don't know my exact reaction, my exact words, but my feeling was, oh my God, I can't believe he's done that. That's such a heel move, such a heel thing to do. Then there was a conversation about if it was a plant or not. I didn't think he was a plant just by the way he was sat, which sounds really weird. But if you are a plant, I think you would be a little bit more active. You'd be a little bit more kind of involved. I think you'd be like a bit more, say, prepared. He was just sort of sat like slumped and like just sort of sat, not like you would expect a plant to be sat, to be honest. You wouldn't really expect a plant to be paid and told this is going to happen, and then they just sort of sit there slumped in a seat, kind of like, I don't know. He just looked like a kid just watching the show, just minding his own business, to be honest. And then like gets it thrown in his face. I didn't mind it so much at the time because, I mean, I was maybe wrongfully under the impression the kid would have enjoyed being part of the show. Like, if you go to the show and a wrestler like shouts at you, has a go at you, whatever, like, you'd just be like, I can't believe it. I can't believe such and such spoke to me. Do you know what I mean? I would have been that way. I can't believe such and such spoke to me. Do you know what? Thinking about it, though, how would I have reacted if a wrestler had thrown a drink in my face? How would I have reacted as a kid to that? I don't know. I really don't know. And what has really kind of got into my head is the fact the kids apparently didn't really got upset. Really was upset. The words that Sean Ross Sapp used was very upset. And apparently they were having to try and like give him some merchandise, and they were having to take him backstage so he could meet the wrestlers and all this kind of stuff. I think I've definitely landed on it was wrong. I've definitely landed on it was wrong. But I don't know I don't know how much to like really go in on MJF for it, to be honest. Because I think in MJF's mind, he might be thinking similar to how I thought. The kids will enjoy being a part of this show. The kid will enjoy this. This will be a moment he'll never forget. It might be a bad moment. Might be a moment like, oh, I got my drink thrown in my face by MJF, whatever. But I think MJF also knows that kid will be looked after. He knows that AEW will sort it out, MJF even, I'm sure, would have insisted that kid get looked after the match had ended, If I was putting myself in MJF's situation, I'd do that to that kid. One of the first things I'm saying after the match is, get that kid backstage. I want to have a word with him. I want to tell him why I did what I did. I want to, do you know what I mean? Owens charging over. Solo goes out the ring. Owens was looking for the cannonball and goes for a clothesline. Solo goes down. So big clothesline on the outside of the ring. This is quite a hard-hitting encounter here. This is two big boys going at it, So, here we go. Here's Jimmy. Jimmy comes down. Jimmy looking like he's going to interfere. Solo with a big shot. Kevin Owens going up top. Gets slammed down. Owens over in the corner. Solo charges over, collides into Kevin. And Solo in control right now. How long have we had? We've had 11 minutes. We haven't had any commercial breaks yet. We've got Owens down by the barricades. Solo on the outside is going to charge over. Oh, collides into Kevin. Kevin slumps down as Solo puts his arms out, and that might take us to the commercial break, and it does. So, I've landed on it was wrong. But I would be a hypocrite if I was to tell you that I was passionately saying that at the time. I didn't, because I was under the impression, I presumed, and clearly wrongfully, that the kids would have been thrilled to have been a part of the show. As I said, as soon as the match was over, if I was MJF, I would have said, and I think he would have done the same, look after that kid. That kid just provided a big moment in that match. And, we need to look after him. We need to, get him backstage and everything. But to hear that the kid was, really upset about it. I think Sean Ross Sapp said he was very upset. And apparently the mom was livid. To hear that, I think, is really disappointing. Really disappointing. I think it's one thing to do it to an adult, right? But it's something completely different to do it to a kid, man. It's something completely different to do it to a kid. So, I don't know. I mean, I asked the question about this on social media. And as I said, look, we'll never agree on everything in wrestling. And so I think the results, I can't remember what the results came back as, but it was split. Some people were saying that it was too far. It's a real scale. Some people have got a real problem with it. Really think it's an issue. Really honestly think that it just soured the match, soured the night. Just have got a real problem with it. Some people think that it was bad. Some people are 50-50. I'm not sure. If you go to a wrestling show, you should expect those things. But equally, it was a kid, and it probably was too far. But they're kind of 50-50. Some people love it and think yeah, man, that's what you've got to expect. This is a wrestling show. If you go and a wrestler's around, I mean, it's not that he didn't see him coming. He was right there, and he's got to know that anything can happen. So they're I wouldn't say into it, but they'll defend it. And then you've got people that just absolutely love it. I think it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. One of the greatest moments in wrestling history. Just absolutely love. There is a real scale. I think because I wasn't aghast and appalled and laying into it live during the watch along, I would be a hypocrite if I was to say that it's appalling and all this kind of stuff. So I can't go to that length. I am definitely on the side of it's wrong, and I would say that I'm kind of falling in that I don't like it. I really don't like it. Outlaw said it's different when it's a kid. Alexis said this is rubbish. Kevin and Sammy versus Usos are pending. Said Alexis. I think you're right, buds. I think you're right. I think it's the direction that things seem to be going. What I would say, though, is there is an argument that it could be Jimmy and Solo versus Sammy and Kevin. It could be that. What we do with Jay, then, I'm not too sure. But another question I asked on social media was, what happens with Jay and Jimmy this Friday? Does Jay come back into the bloodline? And last time I checked, I think it was 55% no. 55% of people don't think he comes back into the bloodline. So it could be that Solo and Jimmy versus Kevin and Sammy is the plan. Kevin is down. We are back to the show, by the way. Solo going for the pin. 2, kick out by Kevin. So Kevin and Solo, it's been hard hitting. Jimmy, of course, has come down and made his presence felt. Jimmy on the outside. He's been told, get rid of the Sammy problem. Solve the Sammy problem. That is his focus tonight. Solo tries to collide into Kevin. Kevin moves out the way. DDT by Kevin. And Solo is down. Solo is down. Jimmy is looking around. Jimmy is looking for Sammy, seemingly. Jimmy was just having a little scout around then. Kevin coming in with a big forearm. And again, few shots raining in here by Kevin. And again, shot coming back there by Solo. Kevin going back to the corner. Solo charging over. Solo goes into the ring post. Kevin kick to the midsection, looking for, a stunner. He got pushed towards Jimmy. He knocks Jimmy off the apron. Super kick by Kevin. Solo goes down. Another kick. Solo in the corner. Kevin back in the corner. Kevin with a cannonball. Yeah, come on. Crowd are fired up. Kevin going up top. Kevin up top. Oh, beautiful. Sent on 1, 2, and Jimmy makes the save. Jimmy starts unloading. Screwy finish as we expected. Jimmy unloads on Kevin. I wish, I mean, like, I wish they would find a way of just giving us clean finishes on Raw and SmackDown. It was a good match. It was a good match. And then the ending is what you expect the ending to be. Right, we've got Solo and Jimmy working together. Kevin Owens is on the commentary table. Crowd are chanting, were chanting Sammy. They're not chanting Sammy right now. Shots coming in by Jimmy. Sammy still nowhere to be seen. Solo is about to launch himself onto Kevin Owens. Owens on the commentary table. There's a big pop. There's Sammy. There's Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn unloading. TD Gardens pops. Solo goes into the ring post. Sammy starts wailing away on Jimmy. Pounding away on Jimmy. Smacking Jimmy into the commentary table. Sammy grabbing a chair. Sammy. Oh. Going after Solo. Swinging a chair at Jimmy. Jimmy retreats into the crowds. Kevin Owens can't do it on his own. He can't do it on his own. He can't deal with Solo and Jimmy on his own. Is that a lesson that he's just learned? Is this the week that the two of them join forces again? Sammy in the ring looking over at Kevin. Kevin is slumped down in the corner. Sammy with a chair. Sammy throws the chair away. He goes over to Kevin. Going to put his hand out, I'm guessing, to help Kevin up. And he does. Puts his hand out to help Kevin up. Kevin looks at Sammy. Going to pause. He waits. He goes out the ring. He goes out the ring. He does not accept the hand of Sammy. Does not accept the hand. But mentally, it's probably another step closer towards the two of them joining together. Kevin Owens walks away. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I saw a thing on Twitter saying it was tequila that MJF threw. I think that just adds more fuel to the fire, says Lauren. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, MJF wouldn't have known what that was I mean, if it's not a plant, then anything could have been in there. I was under the impression it was water, but honestly, yeah, it could have been tequila, couldn't it? Could have been tequila. Plus, also, what's more upsetting is that is not going to be cheap. If it was water, it's going to be like $1 something, $2. If it's going to be tequila, that could have been a $10 drink that just got chucked. No wonder the mom was livid. Jeez Louise. So, Sammy tries to help and unite Kevin Owens. Imagine the outrage Piper would have got if Twitter was around back then. Oh, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. But times have changed, haven't they? Times have changed. MJF should debut on WWE, said Alfie. I think he's the only heel that would do great against Roman and could be a future WWE champion. Steve said Sammy and Kevin win the belts, then fight Edge and Christian in Montreal, and that would be great. List of Jericho said, who drinks tequila during a show? Stone said, $2 for water, we wish. Is it more? I have no idea. I've never drunk water at a show in my life. I think that shows. I mean, I would drink beer if I went to like every time I've been to like Raw and everything, I've had beers. That's true. I've never drank like spirits. I've never been to a wrestling show and had a whiskey or a tequila or whatever. I mean, I'm not against it. Each to their own. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I couldn't even tell you how much water was. I can't stand tequila, said Dortnight. To be honest with you, it gives me the worst hangover. Well, in many ways, MJF did that woman a favor then. Notorious Nightmare Switchblade said, I think Jay shouldn't go back to the Bloodline if Cody wins at Mania, because it doesn't make sense to have the Bloodline split and Roman alone. He can blame Jay and have a rivalry with him. Oh, it makes sense for the Bloodline to split. And he can blame Jay afterwards. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you, said Days smoking on that serious space ring. A little tired. Late night with Revolution. How's your tongue? It's better. Very sad Jade wasn't on the pay-per-view. Wanted to see those burnt hot buns. Yeah, my tongue. For those who don't know, I've got an ulcer. That's all it is. Just got an ulcer, but it's right at the back and it's right at the sides. And every time I talk, it sort of just grazes against the side of my tooth. That's all it is. And oh my God, it was giving me so much discomfort over the weekend because I don't even know how many words I said. I said many words over the multiple streams we did. And every time I was talking, it was like great. And I was like, ah. In many ways, the real hero this weekend was me. I know a lot of people will look at what Moxley and Hangman put themselves through. They might look at what MJF and Bryan Danielson did. I think to do about 18 hours plus worth of streams over the weekend with a mouth ulcer that is causing me quite a bit of discomfort, I'll let you decide who the real hero is. But no, I went to Telford earlier and ended up getting some like that, was it Bonjela or whatever? That cream you put on it. It works a treat, man. I just put a bit on it. Sorted. Amazing. Feel on top of the world. I'm in great spirits. I'm like the lion that's had the thorn pulled out of its paw. I'm bubbling. I'm in a great place. Right, here we go. We're going back to from commercial break into the next part of the show. So we're done with that opening segment. That took up 25 minutes, that was. That's what we just saw there with Kevin and Sammy and Jimmy and Solo is about the same length as a normal TV show. 25 minutes. Right, we've just got a little advert for 2K23. Lashley now. Okay, so they're talking about Lashley now. So this will be Lashley and Bray. He got attacked by Uncle Howdy. This divided opinion. But then what doesn't? Can I just say that picture of Howdy that appears on the Titantron of him smiling is just there is something about that does crack me up. It's like he appears on the Titantron. He's like, it's like it looks like his dating profile picture. Dun, dun, dun. And then you got Howdy going, I'm tired of playing kid games. TV behind him. Could that play a part? You're not a man, are you? Logo. Send a guy wearing a mask. What's it going to take? You to face me like a man. Oh, wow. The whole background went, actually. That was good. That was good. So we hear from Bobby. And not only did the screen go, the big screen in the background went as well. Message sent by Bray Wyatt. We got Carmella. Carmella just saying a few words at the moment. If Adam was any good at his job. Here's Chelsea. Oh, Adam Pearce is in the background. Where have you been my whole life, says Carmella. These two are... I love that for us. You should be in my corner when I embarrass the EST. Chelsea's like, I love that for us. Bye, Byron. 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 Right. I mean, I like her version. I just think I do it better. Ooh. An explosion. That's different, isn't it? That's cool. Is that the first time we've seen that? There was like some sort of ball that explodes and all these like confetti pieces and lips came flying out. It's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that before for the EST. James said, you deserve the Victorian cross. Thank you. Thank you, James. Finally. Someone spitting some truth. Right, we've got Bianca, Carmella. Better than before. I never needed you. I smell a tag team in the making, says Tritium. Dave's SmackDown ratings have been high. Formula booking is working. Do you think Vince sees things are up consistently? He leaves it at that, makes them more money. Yeah, to be honest. The only thing is, if you was Vince and there was really something that bothered you, you could get it changed. You know, if you're the majority shareholder, you're the owner of the company, you have got access to Triple H. You've got his ear. So if there's something that really bugs you, that you really don't like, or something you really believe in, you do have Vince's ear. Triple H's ear. So, yeah, I think by and large, yeah, this is why I don't think, or one of the reasons why I don't think he's coming back in control, because I just don't think he needs to. He can focus on trying to sell the company, which is what his passion is, apparently. And the day-to-day running, as you know, it's sorted. It's under control. It's done. Ratings are great. Enjoy yourself, Vince. Apparently, he's been to Italy. Did you hear this? He went to Italy. Did you hear this news? He went to Italy. I don't know how long for, but he had a little trip in Italy. I cannot remember where I heard this. I heard this, and it was in an interview. And I can't remember what interview, but someone said he went to Italy. Why not? Lovely place. Kyle said, I just don't know how a conversation about MJF throwing a drink on a fan was relevant to a debate about death matches in wrestling, says Kyle. Seems like you lot are having a fun conversation at the moment. Kyle, it's exactly the same. Come on, Kyle. What are you on about? Throwing tequila in a child's face is exactly the same as barbed wire. It's a conversation that I must admit I'm not aware has been raging, and as you know, it's not a topic I'm aware that's been a hot potato today amongst wrestling fans. But if there has been like a big conversation around it, that's interesting. Carmella versus Bianca, isn't it? The EST. We're 32 minutes in. 1/6 of the show is done. I love deathmatch wrestling, says James. He sold WWE for a bowl of spaghetti. Mamma mia! I love spaghetti. Yep. And some meatballs as well, I'm sure. Right, here we go. Where are this year's Hall of Fame inductions? No one knows. I mean, there's been some leaks of what are believed to be the Hall of Fame inductions, but nothing concrete. John Cena returns tonight. That is believed to be the start of hour 3, end of hour 2, so got a little way to go. They are clearly going to use that as a way to keep people around. Bianca in the ring, holding up the championship belt. We've got, look at this. That's sick. That is so good. That's nice. They've got this golden frame that's got the match graphic, and then underneath it says WrestleMania. It's got all this film reel. And inside the film reel are all these like moments from WrestleMania history. The presentation is so good, isn't it? So good with the CGI. They're really using the CGI well. Here's Carmella, and I'm going to take a screenshot of that. That is so good. I'm impressed with that. Well done, everyone. Well done. Right, Carmella making her way down. They want to keep people watching till hour 3. Zoom Station said, do you remember that time DiBiase made the kid cry with the basketball? Yep. He had to bounce the basketball 10 times, and then he'd get some money. He got up to 9, and then he kicked the basketball away. The only thing I would say about that, though, is that it was a dirty trick to play on the kids, right? But he didn't necessarily embarrass the kids. So, like, the kid was doing it, and he was going to do it, and DiBiase stops him from doing it. So the kid didn't necessarily fail. He didn't do it because DiBiase was being a heel, and he prevented him from doing it. But it's not like the kid couldn't do it. Not like he bounced it once and the ball bounced away. No, I mean, like, he was going to do it. I think this feels a bit different because, like, the kid was just sat there and minding his own business and ended up getting a drink thrown in his face. The one thing is as well, like, if he goes back to school, that moment has been shown around the world. So you can meet your wrestlers backstage and get a little bit of merch and whatever. But that moment has already happened and it's been seen and it's gone around the world. And you know, what comments will be made to him at school for those that watched the show, you know? I mean, now all those people at school have got clips, I'm sure, or could get clips of the moment that kid had a drink thrown in his face and was shown around the world. So, again, you don't know what the repercussions that his school life is going to be like as well, which you don't want to blow things out of proportion. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to you don't want to, but these are things that they could have some repercussions for the kid, you know? I would not be surprised if a lawsuit came in. I really wouldn't. You know, in America, you've only got a sneeze in someone's direction, you're getting sued. So imagine taking your kid to a wrestling show and he has tequila thrown in his face. I could definitely see there being repercussions. EST, slapping the old rump, drop kick, single leg drop kick there by Bianca, kip up by Bianca. Got Carmella over in the corner, Bianca charging over, Carmella moves out the way, Chelsea Green at ringside, of course, never forget. Roll up, 1, 2, kick out, Bianca goes onto the middle rope, kick coming in there by Carmella, she grabs the leg of Bianca, Bianca goes down, she took that bump like a dream. Took her legs away and she proper took it flat against the ring. That looked good. If you imagine the kid fainted on the spot after the sudden water was thrown at him, I'd laugh if that lawsuit ended AEW, said Wisp. I don't think it would be for that much. I don't think it would be like millions and millions. I think it would just be like I could see them settling out of whatever. It was brought up in the press conference after, and MJF made sure that people knew that he was aware of the kid's name. Titus, I believe his name was. They mentioned him by name, said they looked after him afterwards. Tony Khan said that MJF hadn't acted like a champion. I don't know. I mean, if that kid's not a plant, I wonder if that was clear. I wonder if that was discussed and cleared, because they must have spoken about, right, what are we going to do for an hour? How are you going to fill an hour? So there must have been a few, but, it'd be very interesting to know, was that a heat of the moment situation? Was that, because I said last night during the watch along, I think that he's got a library of things that he can go to. So he did another thing in the match as well, where he went to the outside of the ring and a guy was giving him verbals. So what he did was he said to the guy, can you just move out the way? And the woman next to him, can you just move out the way? And he was looking at the chairs and the seats behind. And he grabbed Danielson and he went to throw him over the barricade to those chairs and turned around and chucked Danielson into the ring instead. He went back to the guy, turned back to the guy, stuck his fingers up at him. So he made him move out the way, inconvenienced him, and then did nothing about it, didn't capitalize on it. It was literally just to play and be a troll, be a heel to the guy, and then stuck his fingers up at him. So he did that to that guy. That to me is nowhere near as bad. That's clever, if anything, because the guy had been giving him verbals. I think that's something else as well. The kids, from what I saw, wasn't interacting at all. From the clip that you see, the kid's kind of sat on his own. At least that guy that was showing up a little bit had been giving some verbals to MJF. I think that in his mind, he's got a bit of a library of things and ideas that he's had, maybe things he's done on house shows, things he's done on the indie scene. I mean, that one feels like it's come from the indie scene, to be honest. Things that he might have done in MLW and things that he can go to. But if ever he needs to, interact with the crowds. So I have no idea if that was signed off before. Look, I'm thinking of doing this. Can I do it? Or if it was heat of the moment. I think it might have been heat of the moment. I think it might have been heat of the moment, and I think he's gone to a playbook that he's had from MLW and other indie shows. So that's the sort of thing that you can see being done on the indies. And as I said, I have to be honest. At the time, I was not kicking off about it. Because I did wrongfully now clearly presume the kids would have been can't believe MJF has just done that to me. Would be into it. And I really don't think MJF has done it out of malice either. I think he's done it because I think in his mind, the kid is going to be I can't believe MJF has just done this to me. I can't believe this. What an experience type thing. But, the kid has not took it that way. That's what's been reported. The kid doesn't took it that way, and I can't be the only one that goes, "Oh, you don't want to hear that, do you? You don't want to hear that. You want to hear about a kid going to a wrestling show and like crying his eyes out and all this kind of stuff. I mean, maybe if your favorite wrestler loses, but that's different." Carmella going up top. WrestleBuzz said, "All this talk about tequila has got me thirsty." Cheers, days. Well, just go stand next to someone that's got a tequila drink at an AEW show. Then when you get to the main event, hope that MJF comes over. Done. That's the only way that I drink tequila now. I will never drink tequila other than making sure I'm seated next to someone that's got some, and then I verbally insult MJF. You only pick on kids, loser. Chelsea Green distracting. So Bianca was about to pick up the dub. She was about to be Bianca Belair, but Carmella kicks Bianca in the head too. Bianca kicks out. Chelsea Green was getting involved. Yeah, she's got to be out of there. She's got to be out of there. So, yeah, look, she was in the ring. Look, referee telling her to get out the ring. Chelsea's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm trying to get out the ring. And obviously that provided the distraction. Bianca back in control now. Shots coming in there by Bianca. Bianca climbing up. Shots raining down by Belair. On Carmella. Chelsea. Over the other side. I'm not hearing Corey like being, come on, baby, you can do this. You know, he's kind of normal commentary. Roll up. 1, 2. Yeah, look, Corey wasn't like celebrating. Like, come on, she's going to do it. They're much more subdued. Nothing from Corey about how Carmella is robbed. If anything, he just says KOD. There must have been a conversation. Something big has changed. We've spoke about it before. I think last week or the other week that he was more toned down when talking about Carmella. Bianca picks up the win. Asuka's making her way down. Asuka in casual attire. Asuka in heels is bizarre, isn't it? She spits blue mist at Chelsea. Chelsea Green goes down, rolls out the ring. So Bianca beats Carmella. Asuka looking over at Bianca. Asuka chance. Asuka chance. Asuka chance. Bianca gets up. That blue stuff dribbling down her face. So, Asuka chants. Asuka looks around at the crowd. The crowd's waiting for something to happen, to be honest. These two just stare at each other. I just don't think the build for this has been that great. It's just been a lot of, like... There's been a lot of mist. There's been a lot of goo involved. It's It's been a lot of coloured goo, and that's about it. Been a lot of staring and a lot of coloured goo. Right, backstage with Sami Zayn walking around backstage. She finds Kevin. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Do you start to see what I'm telling you? Bloodline is too much. I understand it's complicated. I get it. Don't even need to team. But I'm telling you, we've got the same objective. Got to do it together. I know you're in the bloodline. I remember. I get it. They're too much for one man. I don't want to do this with you. Go back to Roman. Apologize. Stroke his ego. He'll probably forgive you. Ayo, leave me out of this. There we go, guys. Tag team's not happening. That's it. Not happening, guys. It's not happening. I thought it was going to happen. Not happening. It's going to have to be Sami versus Akira Tozawa at WrestleMania. He's tried. Did you see the hate Rhea got just for putting that crying girl as her profile picture? No. This is like me and my friend Chase. I am Sami. He is Kevin. Dark Knight said, I'd be brokenhearted if I broke the heart of a friend like Kevin Owens. Elizabeth said, Bray Wyatt is amazing at WWE characters. Kevin Owens isn't very zany, said Roderick. Hang on. Almost the applause, but I should. That's good. It's not very zany. Oh, you can't even hear it. Hang on, I'll do it again. Very good. Sami versus Akira Tozawa at WrestleMania. Confirmed, said Boomers. Jacob said, did John Cena already do his promotion? I don't know, because we can't see him. No. He's at the end of hour 2, maybe start of hour 3. The crowd still loves Asuka, said Zachary. I say turn Bianca heel. That could make this story very interesting. Kashawn said Kevin Owens peeves me off. Socksniff said Wyatt's characters suck. They are cringe. They lack consistency. Days, I heard Bianca is using your cover of her theme for a WrestleMania entrance. Well, funny you should say that. I have been invited to actually go and do it live. Yeah, I know. Very exciting. And she also wants me to mix in the Wheel of Fun song as well from a few years ago. We'll see. I might be busy. I did have plans to stream WrestleMania and do the watch along, so we'll have to see what we can work out. The Great Muta and the Great Kabuki had missed also, said Zoom Station. I'm the only one that, to be honest, am I the only one that likes Logan Paul, said Jacob. I think so. No, I mean, look, I don't think you'll get too many people saying that he's not athletic and that he's not been involved in impressive matches in WWE. And you'll get people that go further than that, saying that he is a fantastic wrestler and all of this. So I think there's a lot of respect for what Logan has done. But it's Logan, isn't it? And he just doesn't really help himself, does he? I mean, like, people seem to be, like, unsure about him. And then, I don't know how big that crypto thing was, you know, the crypto scandal. I believe there was, like, documentaries on YouTube that came out about it and about him and all this kind of stuff. I don't know if that changed the mood, but he's not been getting a great reaction. And they've positioned him as a heel as well, which I think is very, very interesting. Because he wanted to be a face last year. That's why The Miz turned on him after WrestleMania. Because he wanted to be a face. And then he went to SummerSlam and was face against The Miz. Then he went to Crown Jewel and he was face against Roman. Then we got the crypto scandal thing. And isn't it interesting that he's now heel? You know, interrupting in Seth's match. He didn't have to interrupt at Elimination Chamber. But he interrupts the match at Elimination Chamber, costs Seth. I know Seth had made a few comments about him, but even so, I mean, Seth's a face. People love Seth. People love singing his song. And it does feel like they've positioned Logan as more of a heel here. So, I don't know. It's interesting. The booking of Logan is interesting. We're just seeing Rhea Ripley right now. Rippers. Is this just a video package for her? I'm not sure what this is. We are 7 minutes away from ending the first hour. It's been all right. I feel like we've got a lot of the big stuff still to come, to be honest. Although Solo and Kevin obviously was a big deal. But screwy finish as we expected. Still got Logan. Still got John. Still got Sammy against Jimmy. This show isn't terrible. No, I don't think it's terrible. Fortnite said, Logan filmed dead people and was laughing. I don't think some people will ever like him after that with good justification. Yes, that true. I agree. I mean, what I will say is that was quite a long time ago, and he has seemingly grown up, matured, and yeah, I think if you've not really engaged with him much in regards to like his content, then I think that's probably still the big thing people remember about him. But I don't know. I don't know if he was like starting to win some people round, maybe with his performances. But then, boom, this crypto thing happened, and again, I don't know if that changed people's perception. And also, wasn't there something to do with religion? I saw a lot of comments to do with him and his. I think his friend is religious, and he basically said it's a load of rubbish, it's a load of garbage. You're just believing in nonsense and all this kind of stuff. And it really, that offended a lot of people, obviously, as well. So, again, he's just got this wonderful ability at, like, shooting himself in the foot, hasn't he? Maybe that's what happens when you're a disruptor. It's like me, guys. I'm a disruptor. Right, here we go. We might be going over to his segment. Not sure. We got Miz in the ring. The host of WrestleMania is in the ring right now. Here is the host. Why would I want to step foot in the ring, same ring as Seth freaking Rollins? And the truth is, well, so Miz is going to moderate this face-to-face. That's what a good host does. He's got professionalism. Shouldn't have used my phone to set it up. Yeah, it was his phone. Please welcome media sensation. Logan Paul. What's the reaction for Logan going to be? Straight away, Corey Graves is like, Logan Paul is a polarizing figure. Logan has proved without a shadow of a doubt that he belongs. Here's Miz. Miz went for a handshake with Logan. Logan walks right past him, goes. They don't let the crowd react for long. They bring Logan out. Logan comes out, and immediately out comes Seth freaking Rollins. Seth making his way down. He looks like a candy, doesn't he? Okay, that's what I think when I look at him. Candy. Got to sponsor the Prime drink. That stuff is good. Said, help me. I need Dr. B. Are you going to Prime taste review? No. Guys, there's only one drink I'm drinking right now. That is Vita coconut water with a bit of chocolate added. I can't drink coconut water on its own. That's the conclusion I've come to. I do, like, apparently coconut water's got good benefits, health benefits. I can't drink it on its own. But I found this that's just got a little bit of chocolate added. A little bit of chocolate. Still healthy, still good. Still getting that vitamin C, still getting that fiber, still getting that potassium. Do you know what this means? You know what this means? When my hand goes up, your mouth goes shush. Crowd are loud. Singing. His theme is over. His theme is over. His theme is more over than Sammy and Cody. Seth lowers Miz's microphone down. TD Garden. Hey, this is like Raw after WrestleMania stuff, isn't it? Great. Logan just having to stand there whilst the crowd are singing Seth's theme. Whoa, hey, Boston, this segment's got a time limit, so shut up. Shut your mouth. Yeah, so as we were saying, I think Logan's the heel in this. Dev Seth's coat reminds me of Blackpool Rock. Blackpool Rock. If you smell what Pleasure Beach is cooking. Wasn't that William Regal's nickname? It should have been Blackpool Rock. Right. Here we go then. So Miz TV, I don't even think it is Miz TV, is it? Miz with Seth and Logan. Shots fired. Right. Seth is hilarious on the mic, and his ring work is second to none, said TBH791. That shut the crowds up. Oh, never mind. It's continuing, said Rory. Logan sucks. Like they know who you are. We've never been formally introduced. I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. Freaking Rollins. I hope Logan turns around now and goes, I am the table. Oh. You're the clown I dumped at Royal Rumble, says Logan. Wow, I tell you what, this TD Garden crowd is amazing. Logan having to try and do his promo whilst the crowd are still singing Seth's theme. I'm better at your job than you are, says Logan. I'm on my way in. You're on your way out. I'm naturally good at this, says Logan. If I was you, I wouldn't like me either. He does make a few good points, says The Miz. F you, Logan, chance. Logan playing up to the crowds. Logan is better than Theory, said NYC Manowar. Seth says he does make some good points. None of that is the reason why we don't like you. We don't like you because you are the scum of the earth. Damn. You're a coward. You're a troll. You're a fraud. You're a human dumpster fire. We don't want you in our house. Preach it! Boston came here to see me get my pounds of flesh. You are a human dumpster fire. You are scum. We do not want you in our house. Right, we've got Seth squaring up to Logan now, taking off the candy jacket. It's my job to make sure you don't fight tonight, says Miz. If I want to fight Seth Rollins tonight in Boston, I'll do it. He says, I'm not going to do it. What I don't do is fight for free. Definitely not fighting for free in Boston. If the stage was bigger, if the money was bigger, if there was somewhere with a bit more star power, I would consider it. And he looks at the WrestleMania sign. I think he wants the match at Mania. You can make that happen. Miz said I can make it happen. Right now, Miz is like, yep. And he chucks Miz out the ring. Logan kicks Seth. Seth is down. Logan goes for the curb. Misses with the curb, gets driven back in the corner. Miz jumps in the ring, grabs hold of Seth. Seth pushes Miz. Miz goes down. There's a big shot there. Big right hand by Logan. Logan seemed to knock Seth out. Seth went out. Big right hand by Logan. And he seems to knock Seth out. You wake up. Let me know about WrestleMania. Bye. Bye. There we go. I mean, what I will say, he is someone that does train in boxing. Not the biggest fan of seeing one of our biggest superstar wrestlers getting knocked out by Logan, but KO punch. Right. I've earned this. Watch me work, says Logan. I've earned this. There we go. However you feel about Logan, I think we can agree that was a big segment. Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere is incredible. I completely agree with that. The atmosphere is incredible tonight. John Cena is on his way. John Cena! Ba-ba-da-ba. What you think of that segment? What did you think about it? Make it a Hollywood backlot brawl. Logan is a natural heel, said 1987 big fan. Did you see the winner of JMX from Bell Box? Did you see the winner of that? Is that been announced? The winner of that is going to box Logan. I hadn't seen that, no. Oh, look, with no time. I thought we were going to go to commercial break, to be honest, but it looks like we're not. So we've got last week Brock drinking that white lightning. It's to Brock Lesnar. And he spat in his face. Of a white lightning drinker. So Amos making his way down to the ring. So time for the Amos part of the show. Let's rejoice. Let's all rejoice at the Amos part of the show. Here is the 7'3" Nigerian Giants. Omos. Right, I think we're going to commercial break as Omos is going to be facing Dolph Ziggler. Ziggler. There we go. This Friday. Yep, we've got the Intercontinental Championship Fatal 5-Way coming up. Plus the deadline. Will Jay rejoin the bloodline? Can the tribal chief get the bloodline back on the same page? Friday Night SmackDown. Right, let's do a quick video. I feel like this does warrant it. So, a massive segment just took place on Raw. This is the first time that we got Seth freaking Rollins and Logan Paul face to face in the ring. It was moderated by The Miz, and it was a big segment, man. I tell you what, TD Gardens in Boston was rocking. They really did not like Logan Paul, and they were loving singing Seth's theme. It had a Raw after WrestleMania feel to it, with just how loud and vocal and involved the crowds were. I think WWE are going to absolutely love the response to this feud, because they've positioned Seth as the face and he is getting huge reactions. They've positioned Logan as the heel. He is getting huge reactions. And it is all adding up to make this a big fight feel. But that wasn't all we got. We had a brawl break out, and it resulted in this moment here. You can see this big right hand connecting. Logan throwing this big shot. He missed the curb, got driven back in the corner, but then exploded forward with this big right hand. And the end result is he knocks out Seth freaking Rollins. Seth Rollins knocked out thanks to a big right hand from Logan Paul. This was a big segment, as we said. Took us from hour 1 into hour 2. And big reactions. This is a big match for WrestleMania. I don't know how people are going to feel about Seth being knocked out by Logan Paul. The hatred for Logan seems to be quite intense. And seeing Seth being laid out like this is a bit unexpected. But, you know, Logan is someone that is certainly well-trained in boxing. He went the distance, 8 rounds, I believe it was, with Floyd Mayweather. So he does have these skills. He does have these abilities. I just wasn't expecting Seth Rollins to get knocked out. But here we are. So, yeah, let me know your thoughts on this segment. Big segment coming out of Raw. And probably not the only big segment we're going to be seeing this week. Big week. Big week. Let's jump back over. What were people's thoughts on it? Did you like seeing Seth get... Well, I don't think anyone likes seeing Seth get knocked out. Was you all right with Seth being knocked out? Or do you think that it was maybe not the right optic, maybe not the right look? I think what you have to do, though, is you have to find a way of giving Seth something so it looks like he's got a chance. Because, to be honest... He is someone that, you know, is obviously very limited with his experience. He had a good match against Roman. He'll go in with some sort of belief. People will believe that he'll have some sort of opportunity. But I think this definitely adds an extra element. You know, we saw this one lucky punch playing out when he feuded with Roman. That was a big part of the story then. And it seems like it's a big part of the story going into WrestleMania as well. One lucky punch. He's got that ability. I'm sure they're going to keep bragging and shouting about the fact that he knocked out Seth. So it's just going to give Logan something. It's I always hate, like, I still regard him as an outsider. Just seeing people come in and knock out wrestlers is, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. We've got in the crowd, believe it or not, we've got Mustafa Ali. Mustafa Ali is causing some problems at the moment because he invaded a meet and greet with Dolph Ziggler. I don't know if you saw this footage. He invaded a meet and greet and is really being a thorn in the sides. Right, here we go. We've got Amos against Dolph, and there is Mustafa Ali in the crowd with a Dolph sign. Let's go, Dolph. Let's go, Dolph. Let's go, Dolph. He's cheering him on though. He's on his sides. He's not cheering. He's not cheering Amos. In all fairness, so perhaps he's come around. Dolph over in the corner. I don't think this is going to get much time, to be honest. This match I think was announced beforehand. Logan is Satama. One Punch Man. Has China been on yet? No, not yet. Boss this. Days can see Brock Lesnar going to try for an F5 on Amos today on Raw, though, said Davids. There we go. Jeez Louise. I said it wouldn't be long. I wasn't expecting it to be all of like a minute. Amos gets a big win. A quick win. Amos beats Ziggler. Are we getting? Is Brock coming out? MVP's going on the microphone. This is all the hype I need, said MVP. You want me to hype up the match? This is all the hype I need. You should never have put your hands on me. Amos. I never needed you at all. That's it. I thought there was going to be a little bit more to it, but there wasn't. Stadium, be ready for Amos. Hello, Maximum Male Models are here. Mitchell, you're in a set, buds. See what Maximum Male Models are saying. Is Baron Corbin? Things haven't been going my way. Been on a losing streak. Look at Marseille's face. But they were saying some nice things. Corbin thought that they were talking about him. What does he have that I don't have? The it factor. Hair. That is pretty funny. What does he have that I don't have? Hair. You see the short, ugly one? Gable. You. I will consider taking you on as a client if you deal with Gable. Right, Judgment Day making their way out. So, Maximum Male Models want Otis Corbin will be accepted. He deals. Gable. Here is Finn Balor. Finn Balor making his way out. It's going to be Balor versus Gargano next. Finn versus Johnny Gargano. Is that Corbin's new character, says Playground Mate? I mean, we've tried everything else. Why not? I feel like we've literally tried everything else. Stephanie? Saying a few words. All of you have inspired people. I think, was there some footage there of Liv with the crying girl from last week? Oh, they've cut it on BT Sport. I was just watching. Right. I want to get to Mitchell's comment and then see what people are talking about, see where the conversation is. Let me just drop this link onto Twitter. Lovely. Lovely. Right, where was that Mitchell one? Here we go. In all seriousness, how would a wrestler go about getting a match for another wrestler? Does that mean any wrestler can get a title shot? In all seriousness, how would a wrestler go about getting a match for another wrestler? Does that mean any wrestler can get a title shot? No, I think it's because he's the host. I think because Miz is the host, he's claiming that he's got extra responsibilities now. And so he has got access to go and, you know, he hasn't got the ability to make matches, but I think he's got the ability to go and float the idea and, you know, get the ear of the matchmakers. So I think it was that. I think that's what he was saying. Only because he's host. But I mean, in all fairness, mate, how many times have we seen, like, that whole process is shady? How many times has Goldberg come out and gone, I'm next, you're next, we're all next, and then he gets like a flipping title match? So, like, yeah, it's a grey area that's shady at best, in it. Here's a heel saying that he can do things he can't actually do, said Wisp. John said Edge will get involved here to set up Finn Edge at WrestleMania. Justin said, I would gladly accept Otis and Corbin in Maximum Male Models. Then they need to start having fun and matches. I love goofy wrestling. Mitchell, how would a random Ali get Dolph a match he clearly wouldn't want? How would a random Ali get Dolph a match he clearly wouldn't want? Don't know. If we're talking about Ali, don't know. I mean, all I can imagine is that he would go and have a word and try and make the match. And to be honest, if you went up to Adam Pearce and went, listen, I want to do this match with such and such, Adam Pearce is probably going to go, yeah, all right, well, I think we can fit you in. Like, these wrestlers saying, like, these wrestlers making out like it's some sort of massive deal to, like, make him out. I feel like you just go up to Adam Pearce or Triple H, who's sat in Gorilla, he's right there, and just go, can we have this match? Like, because I would like it, and I think there's a bit of a feud, like, you know, I think it'd be good for the show. You sell it, promote it, sell the vision to Triple H and Adam Pearce. Like, it's probably not the hardest thing in the world to do. If anything, Seth saying, what, you can make this match? That's probably weirder, isn't it? Jimmy, you are the man. You are the man. Heyman is bigging up Jimmy Uso. You are the one that's going to solve this problem. You are the one. Sammy again. You're going to make sure the tribal chief never has to hear the name Sammy again. Tribal chief has given you the end of the week to bring your brother back. That doesn't happen. Tribal chief won't blame Solo. Tribal chief won't blame me. You don't bring him back. Tribal chief. Same. Drama. I mean, he knew that anyway, in all fairness. Roman told him on Friday. Sami Zayn, Jimmy Uso. Coming up tonight. As I've just joined, is anything interesting? Yeah, it's been an all right show, actually. It's been all right. I'd say it's been fairly strong. I mean, we haven't had that many sleeper segments. Is Johnny? Is this... Or music? Still don't like this remix of it. Here's Johnny. Johnny, and he's coming down with Dexter. And we've got Dexter in Johnny's corner. In Finn's corner is Dominic, Rhea, Damien. Do you like Beavis and Buttheads? I mean, to be honest, when I was young, I did, because it was like no cartoon I'd ever seen. When I first found Beavis and Buttheads, or first saw it, I'd never seen anything that was a bit more adult, a little bit more like, it was all Nickelodeon cartoons I was watching, so different. I was really intrigued by it, but I was so confused by it as well. I was confused because even though the little bits of Beavis and Buttheads that you got in between the videos, when you got to the videos, I had never heard of any of the bands, any of the songs, and honestly, I didn't quite understand what they were doing. I mean, now I understand that they were showing songs. It was a way of like showing clips of songs, and Beavis and Butthead would react to them. But back, I just didn't get it. I didn't understand what I was watching. I didn't know if the people that had made the show had made the songs as well, and because I'd never heard of any of them. Not once, not one song did I hear on Beavis and Butthead that I knew. So I was a bit confused by it. I, to be honest, didn't like the songs bit because I didn't know any of the bands and didn't know what was really going on. I just liked the bits in between. I remember being young thinking, I wish they would just do a normal episode. I wish we could just have the bits in between rather than the bits with the songs. But it is something I'd like to go back and watch again now that I'm older and I've got obviously more music knowledge. I probably still wouldn't know the bands, but like I would like to go back and revisit it. I think, did they do a box set of it? I've got a feeling a box set came out. I'm going to have a little look. Beavis. I did have a Beavis and Butthead t-shirt when I was a kid. So it was on my radar. 8 seasons. You can watch it on Paramount Plus, apparently. DVD. I'm still old school. DVDs. The complete collection, $34.99. Not bad, is it? $34.99. The complete Beavis and Butthead. It was 60 quid. Now it's 35 quid. I wonder what you get in that, because I can't imagine they put the songs in there, can they? They wouldn't have had them cleared, would they? Johnny lands on Finn. Halftime scores. Yeah, let's do it. Paramount are the new episodes. They did a film. Yes. I've never seen it. Isn't it Beavis and Butthead Does America or something like this? America. Beavis and Butthead Do America. Never seen it. Never seen it. How do you watch that? Let's have a look. Get rid of that. Let's see. Is that anywhere? Again, Paramount Plus? God, Paramount Plus is where it's at, baby. The film came out in 97. Never seen the film. Yeah, interesting. I would definitely be down for checking that out. Maybe I should get Paramount Plus and try it or something. Not that I've got time, but you know, good to have a dream in it. Did I do the halftime thing? Let me.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Aaron says another film just came out. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I don't think I saw that promoted at all. I know the America one. I don't know of a new one.
I never needed you.
Beavis and Butthead do the universe. Oh, I don't know this one. Is this new? Hang on, let me have a look at this. Beavis Butthead do the universe. Beavis Butthead do the universe 2022, last year. And that's on Amazon Prime as well. I've got that. I never even heard about this. Oh yeah. Oh, I bet that's better actually, because the animation's going to be a lot more sharper, isn't it? I'd imagine you could probably watch some of that, like, you know, the original ones from 93, the film from 97 might look a bit dated now, but the one from last year, it's got good scores as well. 136 people voted. It's got 4.7 out of 5. Did it get on Rotten? 97%? 97% on Rotten? They've dropped a classic? They've dropped a modern day Raging Bull? Damn. Okay, I need to check that out, man. I need to check that out. William says, hear me out. What if Jay doesn't show? Roman fills in. Sammy and Kevin versus Jimmy and Roman. Sammy pins Roman for the tag belts. Would they have him work both nights? And why wouldn't you use Solo? I feel like I get your point. But would you... I mean, if it went that way as well, immediately my head says to me, if Sammy pins Roman, he's got a real argument to get added to the match the next night, you know. Got a real argument. But that's just me, wishful thinking. Yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't know that they would use him twice. I think they would probably turn to Solo first. But... not impossible. Not impossible. Can we just acknowledge as well that is, without question, without doubt, the most rational, most PG comment William has ever sent in this community? That's amazing. We are witnessing history everywhere right now. Russell Andy said they're using your halftime score song at the Super Bowl halftime. I mean, honestly, it would be cheaper. And if we do a little bit of razzmatazz around it, I think it would go down well. Daisy, you should get that song recorded. If you did, you could sit there and just press play. I mean, in fairness, that's pretty much what I'm doing anyway. Kick coming in. 1, 2. Kick out there by Finn Balor. We are rumbling along here. There's lots of, I haven't even read these scores out, but lots of 7s and 8s for the show tonight. Alex Bliss Gamer with an 8. Mark Michael with a 7. Legend Killer with a 7. Aaron with an 8. Himanshu with 7.5. Zoom Station with 7-1 to Finn Balor looking for the pin, but shoulder up. Gargano's got a new theme. I don't like it. I don't want to be a negative Nelly. I just really liked his NXT theme. I am Finn Balor. I am Finn Balor. Do you reckon Gargano was in there not quite knowing who he was wrestling? Gargano manages to avoid Damian, jumps on top of Dominic, and Damian is chasing after Johnny. He goes in, double stomp by Finn. Double stomp by Finn. Finn backs over, goes in the corner. Johnny is down. Finn runs over, drop kick there. Comes out the ring. He's going to go up top, going to go for a coup de grace. And here is Edge. You think you know me. You think you know me, don't you? But you don't really know me. Damian going over to the Andrea, going over to the entranceway. Probably means he's going to sneak from behind, and he does. Completely restless. Don't send everyone going to the one direction. Right, Finn is he's been pushed off the top into a DDT. They're confused. They can't understand what's going on. They can't believe it. Look at this. They've been absolutely hoodwinked. Oh my God. Loomis flattens Damian. Where's Dominic? Is he still down from Johnny jumping on top of him? Edge is in the ring. Edge is in there with Finn Balor. Where's Rhea? Spear. Edge stares outside the ring. On this day. There's a lot of people just standing around. Dominic's up. Dominic runs away. Edge jumps over the barricades. Get a nice shot of Edge over the barricade and the WrestleMania sign behind him. I think Jay returns tonight, sides with the fam, and they all beat down Sammy, and we end the show with a KO Sammy reunion. I agree, buds. I agree. Frank the Tanky Tank. It's a good name. Days, when will we see the Punjabi Prison match? We last saw it back in 2017. Imagine if we had a Punjabi Prison match at WrestleMania. Wouldn't that be a wonderful moment? I think you would only do it with an Indian superstar. It's not really a match that a non-Indian superstar would be calling for, because they would obviously go for a steel cage match or a Hell in a Cell instead. Punjabi Prison is more obviously a Great Khali, Jinder Mahal type thing. But, you know, if we was to get somewhere with Indus Shia, if we were to get somewhere with... I don't know. Then, you know, maybe we could see it come back. I mean, obviously, you've still got Jinder around. Jinder's with Indus Shia at the moment, but... yeah, I think it's one for the Indian superstars more than anyone else. Because if it's any other nationality, are gonna call for Hell in a Cell. So it's listen, WWE is massive in India. So it's in WWE's interest to make sure they're building up some Indian stars. Wasn't it last year or 2 years ago now that we had the Indian show that was... do you remember that? We had like every match had an up-and-coming Indian superstar in it. And some of them got released, you know?
never needed you at all.
Seems like they wanted to capitalize on that Indian market. And I think the ratings were good, but I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Some of them ended up getting released, and the majority of them didn't really get much of a push afterwards. That was a weird show, man. Good. Nice idea. They should do it again. You are it. Roman's dusty impression. William, shout out to you, buds. William said, hear me out. Rock shows up at Rock Madia. Granny Oos goes tribal on the bloodline, takes both Kevin and Sammy around the world, closes Roseanne Barr naked. Listen, some of that, the majority of that, I don't understand. But when you're going to end your comment with naked Roseanne Barr, every red-blooded male understands that. Sign me up. Sign me up. That would be the greatest WrestleMania moment ever. Malone's Family Circle said, Finn versus Gargano, free on Raw. Why not put this on at SummerSlam for the United States or Intercontinental? Well, I'm going to be a negative Nelly. But, they keep putting on these big matches to grab your attention and get you tuning in. But the fact of the matter is there is always a screwy finish. Even though you're getting Kevin Owens versus Solo and they're giving you a taste of how great that match would be at a pay-per-view, it ends up like having a screwy finish and you kind of leave it a bit with a sour taste in the mouth. It's not a satisfying conclusion. Exactly the same there. Edge coming out, interfering in the end, Gargano getting the win. You get a little glimpse of what that match could be like at a pay-per-view, but it's not really a satisfying conclusion. It's just designed to get you to tune into Raw, to put some big names on, give you a little glimpse of what, so we could do this down the road. We could do this. Would you like this? Do you like this? Yeah, we do that quite often. So even though we had it tonight, never really had it. We can do it at a premium live event and do it proper, But Days, what do you think? Brock turned down a match with Bray, but was okay. Why do you think? I think it comes down to the kind of spooky element. To be honest, I think with Amos can't really wrestle, right? He's not a great in-ring performer. That bothers the hardcore fans, but it doesn't affect the casual fans. I mean, when I was a kid. At no point when I watched Undertaker versus Giant Gonzalez, not once did I think, oh, this sucks. Giant Gonzalez can't wrestle. Not once did I think that. As a kid, my brain was like, how is Undertaker going to take this guy down? Like, look at the size of him. Look at the size of him. How's Undertaker going to deal with the Giant Gonzalez? I mean, they would have him come out on like Raw and put his arms out and like he was nearly like the span of the ring. He was a giant, and he was and the story was very simple. I mean, Harvey Wimpleman, I believe, was like hell bent on bringing down the Undertaker. He had been involved with Kamala. Undertaker had beaten Kamala, and Harvey Wimpleman was like, I am going to bring the Undertaker down. You mark my words, I will bring him down. And so he came back with a new client. And that new client was the Giant Gonzalez. Now, as a kid, you are just eating this up like, oh, no, give me more. Yeah, it didn't matter that he was one of the worst in-ring performers ever. And I think this is something that Brock understands. I think Brock understands that for the kids and for the casuals, it's not about that. It's not about what he can do in the ring. It's about the optics. It's about the challenge to a lot of people. Seeing Brock in there with a 7-foot-tall monster, if he's going to be able to get Amos up on his shoulders and deliver that F5, that's going to be a moment of WrestleMania. That's going to be a WrestleMania moment. If Brock can chop down this giant, it's going to look cool. It's going to look cool to the wrestling fans that watch each week and had other dream matches in mind, like Bray, for example. Then I think for like us and a lot of people here, people were like, what? What are they doing that match for? Like, doesn't make sense because, like, he can't wrestle. Why are we wasting Brock on a Moss? But that's because we're, like, so involved. Do you know what I mean? We're so involved. We're so kind of in the stories and critiquing the shows. We haven't took that step back to look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is a Moss and Brock plays very well to the casuals and to the kids. So, and I think Brock understands that. The Bray one, I think, is a problem for Brock because, you know, where Bray is doing Funhouse episodes and there's puppets and there's like lights going out and Uncle Howdy appearing and like spookiness and all that kind of stuff. We haven't seen much in the way of supernatural since Bray came back. But there's always the element, the chance it could go that way. That's not what Brock's about, man. That's not what Brock's about. Brock is a beast, is a monster, is an in-ring fighter, is a trained UFC former heavyweight champion. He's all about two people being in there, smashing into each other. One man leaves. That's what Brock's about. And I just think that doesn't really vibe with, like, what Bray brings. Here's Edge. Two weeks ago, Finn Balor cost me a match I shouldn't have lost. King of the Ring, May 27th. King and Queen of the Ring, actually. So, King and Queen of the Ring announced for Saudi. Next week, I'm going to settle this, says Edge. So Edge said next week we're going to settle it. We also finally got the announcement of King and Queen of the Ring. Little bit worried about it being in Saudi, just because the World Cup played and finished. Do you remember that World Cup finished in Saudi, and it was just, you know, Shane McMahon jumping in, wasn't even involved in the tournament, ended up winning it. I don't know, a bit worried about it being in Saudi. I wish it wasn't Saudi. Bray, Cody at SummerSlam, or is it too early to capitalize on Bray? In my opinion, I think it'd be the right time, says Malone's Family Circle. Tricky. I don't know that you'd want to do two faces. I mean, Bray's not a heel, and Cody is popular. And so, you know, you're going to have some of the crowd cheering for Cody because Cody's over. Cody's been getting Cody chants. It's not like Cody's not over. If Cody wasn't over, they'd be chanting Sammy during his segments. But because he's over, fans are with him. They want to see him complete that story. I don't know that you do Cody versus Bray, to be honest. I don't know that you do it. I think you'd have to wait for a heel champion. I mean, actually, Roman Bray makes a lot more sense. But seemingly we're not going to get that because I am expecting him to lose the title at WrestleMania. It certainly wouldn't be impossible to do Cody versus Bray, but I can't see it, to be honest. Can't see it. Didn't Xavier and Zelina win in Saudi? Yeah, they did. They did. I mean, that's a concern. You see, for me, King and Queen of the Ring should be like the G1, not in the way that it's done, but in the way that like everyone enters and it's a massive thing. Not like here's 8 mid-carders, one of these is going to win. Like, for me, it should be open to like all of the big names. Brock should be in it. Seth should be in it. Really, everyone except Roman should be in it. I wouldn't put Roman in it right now because he's got both belts. I don't think he should be competing to be King of the Ring. I think, if anything, you win King of the Ring to get a shot at Roman. But, like, literally everyone else should be in it. I would have everyone in it. No exceptions. I would have everyone in it. Maybe the exception of tag teams. But even then, I would still probably put in the likes of Montez. Find a few people going in. Piper Niven picks up a win against Nikki ASH. No wasted motion. Nikki is down. She just wants her friends. Stupid Candice. Oh, there he is. Look, Boogs. I could deadlift this. All right, here's Boogs. Doesn't have his notes. So Piper Niven beats Nikki. The size of Boogs, man. It's ridiculous. I'm inspiring millions. Get out there. Do it yourself. See him. That Bronson. I want to fight you. Bronson Reed. Okay. Elias telling Boogs to go and pick a fight on Bronson Reed's. Goes over. Gone over. You want... That's brilliant. That's great. What did you say? I told him that you want to fight him. Elias said, I want you to go over there and say, I want to fight him. So he went over and he said, Elias wants to fight you. His lips said, I want to fight you. Oh, that's good, man. Look at Bronson in a suit as well. You want to fight me? Yeah. Look at the smile on Boogs' face. Bronson's huge. Sonny said, my head is in severe pain. It was from hitting the bed or wall. Hello, sounds like you had a good night, eh? Hello, missus. Hey? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No need to brag. Got a sore head. It's from hitting the headboards all night long. I don't remember what I did, said Sonny. Wow, sounds like a good night. Sounds like a good night. Dave in Real Life Football, shout out to you. Hope you're well. How has Raw been tonight? It's been pretty good. Halftime scores were around 7s and 8s, which is good. And I think had a couple of matches that have been a bit quick and a bit, you know what I mean? Honestly, I do think if we were going to critique this show, I think that some of those bigger matches, I think it would be great if they were allowed to have like clean finishes. I know people are going to say you can't do that. People can't take losses in WrestleMania season, 50-50 booking. I just think like it does take away from the show. It does kind of leave that taste, that kind of. And that's why, like, you know, scores drop a bit. Perhaps WWE look at it, go, well, do you know what? Can't win everything, can you? They'll still tune in next week. Kevin Owens and Rhodes arguing in the back. I knew that was coming. Days. Do you think you could beat Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship? I would use my intelligence. I would use my wit. I don't know how I would use it, but I would use that because I certainly wouldn't use any physical abilities. So I would let me reword it. I would have to use my wit because I've got, and I don't even have that. No, I wouldn't. In reflection, I would lose. Jojo said Bray isn't there tonight. Aggie said, Sonny, feel better soon. Days is very naughty. No, I ain't done nothing. I didn't do anything. Wasn't me. Don't know who it was. Who do we know lives in Canada? Bret Hart. It was him. Bret screwed. Your volume is low, or I'm going deaf. My volume's low. This is low. Is it low? I've got it peaking in the red area. I haven't changed anything. My God, you're going deaf. Oh my God. Oh my. Turn it up. Turn it up, Tim. Tim, you all right, mate? Tim, you all right, buds? Be round next Tuesday. Be round next Tuesday. I'll bring a warm meal next Tuesday. All right, buds? Who's this? Who's Becky G? Who's Becky G? She's performing America the Beautiful. Who the hell's Becky G? Here's John Cena. Here's John Cena. John Cena sucks. He's all right. He's pretty good. Oh, here he is, look. He's all emotion. He's all emotion. I like his new merch. You should be here to see this. It's pretty good, says John Cena. No. No. Do you know what? He's given so much, and he's given so much. Even if you don't like him. Given so much. Actually, I don't know that it's new much because it's got 20 years on it. So wasn't that last year? Old merch. Aw. Bless him. Do you know, I mean, like, I heard an interview with Cody, and Cody was like, man, I used to travel with John, and this guy. Everything that he used to do, you know, was just for the company. He is just such a company guy. I mean, you hear it all the time. Hey, down. Theory making his way down. Hey, down. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, down. Right, here comes Theory. All day. It was pointed out in the chat as well, by the way. And it was a good spot about Cody and Kevin. It's just to download an image, but it's not saved. I was just gonna show it you. Down. Look at his music. There we go. Whilst waiting for this segment, you can see in the backgrounds Cody and Kevin just having a words. Please make up with Sammy. I can't. He's been a douche. Put it in the past. We all make mistakes. I just can't do it. You can tonight during the main event. Cena. Okay, right. What's going to go down here? I think they're having a match. I do. I got all the respect in the world for you, says Austin. I only became a WWE superstar because of you. You inspired me. I thank you for that. Got a gift? A gift? Bigger than any movie role you're going to do. Cena chance. Cena interrupting Theory. It's a gift of me and you, one-on-one. That is so loud. United States Championship. Grandest stage of them all. Cena's looking all real humble, isn't he? Crowd are yesing away. Crowd are yesing away. They like the sound of it. Said, I've got a gift. Me versus you. Cena says no. No. Thought about it. No. I'm not interested in your gift. You haven't earned the right to give it? Damn! I thought he was going to say, I'm a bit old or something. I don't care. I've been watching you. And I don't care. We don't care about you. That's not true, says Theory. We don't believe you. We don't believe you because you don't believe you. You're a generic kid. I've walked in your shoes. There's a sign that said Austin Theory is a John Cena wannabe sign. Walked in your shoes, and they showed that sign on screen. That's good. The ghost of Christmas future. You're in that ruthless aggression phase. And ruthless aggression almost got me fired. You. Been given opportunity after opportunity. And you don't believe in you, and they know it. Oh, God, this is good from Cena. This is good, isn't it? Him saying, you are in my ruthless aggression phase. You believe, but they don't believe in you. Guy's destroying him. Just make it stop. He's dead already. He's got a family. You're a pair of trunks away from being a jabroni. Now I'll say something good. Then called Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker. There's no name better. Austin Theory. You're a theory. Oh, it's captivating. In theory, everyone should be here to see you. But no one cares. It's like tough love, innit? And you're wasting our time. So on behalf of Boston, no thanks. Shut up. Turn around. Get out the ring. And we'll let you walk out of here in one piece. That's the gift he's giving back. Whoo, tell you what, man, he just murdered him. Call the police. There's been a murder. There's been a murder. We've witnessed a murder on Monday Night Raw. Massive Cena chance. He absolutely decimated him. It's going to lead to a match. Going to lead. I ain't going anywhere. Just like that bald spot ain't going anywhere. Yeah, there is a little... I ain't going anywhere. Like that bald spot ain't going anywhere. This is good, man. Never give up. Is John Cena saying no? Is John Cena giving up? The hat says respect. Where's the respect for all of them? Ball people stand up, said to heel. Where's the hustle? Where's the loyalty? Where's the respect? Don't you all want to see John Cena at WrestleMania? Or shut up because he said no? You don't want to meet your hero. I don't think Theory has come back with any like big killer lines. I like the bald spot line. That was good. But it's a KO win for Cena. I would rather be bald than them pipe in fake crowd noises for my matches because no one cares. Look, he's killing him. He's just keep killing him. You're really a dumb son of a... I didn't say no because I gave up. I said no because you're not ready. You're done. If we have a match and I win, you lose everything. He says you're not ready. This is to get Austin over big time. He will beat Cena, said Talk Night. You've left me no choice. You've brought them into it, so now I've got to ask them what we're going to do. So he's asking the crowds. Good segment this is. I would have liked some more kill shots from Theory. He said, I want to thank my family being here tonight. It really means a lot to me. I need your help. I wish they say. If they say no. Do you want to see me face Theory? No. Face Roman. Face Roman or someone else. Face Brock. Brock needs a better opponent. Face Brock. There's yes chants. My hearing is going as well. It's not just the hair. My hearing is going as well. Do you want to see John Cena, Austin Theory? And there's a loud reaction. I'll never give up on them. You just made the biggest mistake of your life. Cena. There we go. Austin Theory, John Cena. I wish you luck. You're going to need it. Don't have it here. Don't have it here. Punched him in the dong. You don't have it here. You really need to work on that last bit. You don't have it here. You don't have it here. And you don't have it here. Bang. In the dong. Cena walks away. Ah. Bring it. He introduces Cody Rhodes. Cena introduces Cody Rhodes. Oh. These two used to ride together. Cody said that in an interview. They go back a long, long way, these two. Cody had great words for John. Really praised him. Wow. Cena is an all-time talent barrier, said Zachary. Austin Theory, you're talking to the cover star of 2K23 and a 16-time WWE champion, former United States champion. Elijah said, WrestleMania dream match we all wanted to see. OG said Stardust versus Cena. Butterstarch said, I think Theory will come back with something in later weeks. Cena isn't done winning gold, so I do worry for Theory, said Justin. Hello, Kathy Kelly. Sammy. KOTV. Cena heel turn, just buried him for no reason. We can get to it. Let's see what Sammy's got to say. This match is about survival, says Sammy.
I never needed you at all.
Sorry, my dog. It won't be your night.
I never needed you.
Walks away. Sorry, my dog. Shoosh, shoosh, please. I don't understand. Are we not getting anything with Cody? Is that Cody just like a weird here's Cody moment? Because this is going to be the Corbin Gable match now. A bit strange, wasn't it? I thought he was introducing Cody because Cody was going to head to the ring and we were just going to get a quick promo or something from him. Yes. That's a bit weird. I think that's a little weird. Right, in regards to that Cena segment, Um, KO TV makes an interesting point saying that felt like a heel turn. He just killed him. It wasn't a heel turn. Clearly, Cena's going to be the face going into WrestleMania, and Theory will be the heel. What it was is, I think you've just seen one of the absolute best on the microphone destroy Austin Theory, and Austin Theory not have the ability to fire back as strong. I mean, that was a one-sided massacre. And it's because you've got a 16-time multiple WrestleMania main event champion, John Cena, right? Taking on Austin Theory, who's been on the main roster for a couple of years now and has kind of gone through a few changes. Obviously, he used to have the selfie thing and everything. Now he's a lot more serious. Not a bit more serious, a lot more serious. But he's still not got the experience and doesn't have like the lines to really fire back at Cena. If he had been able to match fire with fire, and that hadn't have been quite the massacre that it was, then I don't think it would have come across that way. I think it would have been just a good build. I mean, Cena had to go toe-to-toe with The Rock for a long time as they were building their match. I mean, obviously, 27, there was words exchanged. WrestleMania 28, they have the match. WrestleMania 29, they do the rematch. So he's always someone that obviously has been rapping and coming up with verses and lyrics and things like that. He's always been comfortable on the microphone. But like, he's had to be like one of the all-time greats because he's had to go up against the all-time greats and stand his own ground. This is all stuff that Theory has not had to do. This is a learning experience for Theory. This is an education for Theory. This is going to be, I mean, I agree with the comments. You know, Cena is saying that you've made the biggest mistake of your life. If you lose, you're going to lose everything. And even if you win, you're going to lose everything because this crowd are going to eat you alive. Like, he is shining doubt on Theory and saying, we just don't believe in you. Well, the stage is now set for Theory to show that he has got what it takes. The stage is set now, the grandest stage, for him to not only get a big statement win, but for him now to, as was pointed out by Butterstarch, respond, give a stronger promo, vocal performance, like as we build towards WrestleMania, but also show that he will not get eaten alive by victory. I mean, I do not expect him to lose. I really don't expect him to lose. I think if we were going to have Theory lose, I think that is a mistake because I know that Cena's a massive, credible name who, you know, could absolutely get the victory, but like, Theory needs building up, and like, what we're trying to do here is build him up, aren't we? It might not seem that way because he just got destroyed, but part of that is part of the problem. Part of the problem is he got destroyed because he doesn't have the ability to fire back. He could have prepped some lines, the bald spot line in particular. That's brilliant, but it's just not enough, is it? Not when Cena is just massacring you, and all you can come back with is that one bald spot line. So I sort of feel like, you know, he is got to go away, work on his promos, work on some of the content, maybe give it some thought a bit more in advance. Learn from it, move forwards. I don't think it positions Cena as a heel. I just think Cena's that good. It's just that good. He destroyed him. But he didn't call out Theory. Theory was the one that came down. Theory's the one that's been running his mouth. Theory is the one that is going to be going into this as the heel. But yeah, interesting segment. Captivating segment. Because Cena was so good, and you just wanted to know how Theory was going to respond, and there just wasn't much there. The other thing I was thinking as well is they might have said to Theory, to give Theory some credit, they might have said to him, you need to get destroyed this week vocally, because the story is going to be that we don't think you've got it. So we sort of need you to show that you're not as good as Cena. And then what we'll do is we'll make you better as we go into the feuds. So just to give some credit to Theory and not completely throw him under the bus, there could have been that conversation that was had saying, come in with a few things, but Cena's going to get the better of this promo. Because the whole story is going to be he doesn't believe in you, the crowd don't believe in you, and you're going to prove that you are good enough at WrestleMania. Theory is still young and learning. He will get there, though, said James. Right, 20 minutes. Stays right. Theory doesn't have experience, but Cena gives people no chance. He just stomps them into dust and leaves them with nothing in the end. He really needs to go away. I think there's always a chance, though. I mean, it's not like Theory didn't have a chance to talk. I would agree. If Cena spoke, and then all Theory got was a few seconds to just respond with something, there was no time, I would then agree with you and say, yeah, there's no time. Cena's took all the time in that segment. I would agree. But Theory did have time to talk, but Theory just chose instead to focus on the hustle, loyalty, respect. And he went down the roads of, you say never give up, but is the great John Cena giving up? Well, this is what he chose to go with. This was the material that he chose to go with, and it didn't hit as hard as what Cena was saying. So Cena, it was just a better promo from Cena, and Theory needed to give the crowds, some oof. I mean, honestly, you could have gone with something along the lines of, like, you say the crowd don't believe in me. Well, did Nikki Bella believe in you, John? It's a bit dated, but do you know what I mean? You're going to get that, you're going to get that reaction from the crowd. Anything that's going to stray into that kind of personal life, bit of water under the bridge now. You'd check it with Cena beforehand, of course, but you say this crowd don't believe in me. Does Nikki Bella believe in you, John? I don't know. I just think focusing on the hustle, loyalty, respect. That was easy for Cena to come back with, wasn't it? He's like, I haven't said no because I've given up. I've said no because you're not ready. That was just a very soft ball that could just be swatted away. Very easy to dismiss. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that don't like Cena. I understand. He has been accused many times, and you could even make the argument, rightly so, of burying talent. But I must say, at this stage of his career, I don't think he is. At this stage of his career, I mean, he's had losses against Roman, for example. He obviously had loss to The Undertaker as well. He's picked up a few L's in recent years. Honestly, I think he takes the L against Austin Theory. I do. I think ultimately he'll take the L there as well. We'll have to wait and see, though. If he ends up winning it, I will be the first to say I think that was the wrong call. I think that was the wrong move. Right, Corbin lost, by the way. It was only a short match. We've had a few of these short matches tonight. But Gable picking up the win against Corbin. So Corbin's dreams of joining Maximum Male Models are in the dirt. Matt said, this is the worst Raw of the year so far. What makes you say that, Matt? Didn't you like the Cena segment or the Logan segment? Going Go said the Cena Theory face-to-face was a letdown. Cena owned Theory, but the Cody Cena embrace was amazing. He was acknowledging Cody, and that was a great moment. Okay. Mako Rice said, Cena putting guys over, making them top stars. Theory should win, but wouldn't shock me if they went with Cena. Cena did the same thing to Roman, says Aaron. T85 said, Theory will beat Cena, but here is the thing, no one will care afterwards. Well, that is the point. That is one of the points that Cena was making. He was like, if you beat me, if you lose to me, you lose everything. And even if you beat me, I think he said you're going to lose everything. Because he said, this crowd will eat you alive. I mean, if he beats Cena, it's a big statement win because again, to the casuals that only tune in, Cena is a big name. Cena is a legend. And even though Cena's not around much, he's got that name recognition, that credibility. You know, this kid's beating Cena will mean something for Theory. It will definitely help him. Now, with the people that watch week in, week out like us, I mean, I sort of feel like Theory's going to win, so it's not going to really drastically change things in my eyes. But I'm really interested in what Cena said about how, you know, even if you do beat me, you'll lose everything, so this crowd will eat you alive. That suggests to me that they are, they are putting a few things in place for after Mania. So if he beats Cena, I think, Cena, if he keeps saying about how the crowd will, turn on him and he'll be booed out the building, all this kind of stuff, and that he won't cope, that sort of implies that they're kind of conditioning the crowd to react that way when it happens. And I'm very interested to see what Theory's response to it will be. Because we know that Theory's pretty good, actually, with interacting with the crowds. Yeah, quite often he'll be cutting a promo and he'll just stop and go, shut up. And he'll quite happily react back to it. It's not like he'll just talk like, oh, please shut up, and just like, carry on with his promo. He will take that moment to shut up and like, interact with them. So he's not the worst at doing that already. But I'm interested to see how do we present him after WrestleMania if he does beat John Cena. Do you think this could be Cena's last match? Says I'm spicy. I think if it was his last match, we'd bill it as his last match, unless he's going to take his boots off, which I don't think he would do. But leaving the boots in the ring is pretty much like tradition for like when it is your final match. We saw Undertaker do it at 33. He did it with his wasn't his boots, was it? It was his hat and his coat. He did it at 33. Triple H did it last year, left the boots in the ring. So unless he was going to take a shirt off and leave it in the ring, take the boots off, leave them in the ring, leave something in the ring as a way of saying this is it, and it kind of coming out of nowhere. It's not been billed as his retirement or anything, so I'm not expecting that. Oh, hello, is this Top Gun? Ms. and Maurice. I'm hosting WrestleMania. Oof. No, that feels good. This doesn't really land for me because I haven't seen the film, but I mean, I'm guessing it's got lots of references. There we go, Miz and Maurice, Top Gun. Hollywood, you're looking good. Goose, I think one of the people was called Goose, weren't they? Okay. Matt said they buried Nikki. They brought in Logan and Cena. No Brock or Bray, but we had Bobby and Amos. I would say that's a pretty bad Raw. Let's turn it down here. Is Big Time. Did you see my super chat? I don't think so, but have a look. Yeah, Mitchell, shout out to you, man. Cena isn't the gatekeeper of WWE. He's the star gatekeeper. He brings it to test or teach talents. He owned Roman in 2017, but AJ and Kevin Owens stepped up when they faced Cena. Cena makes people rise up. That's a brilliant point. It's a brilliant point. I think you've managed to word it in a much shorter way than I did, which is pretty normal, isn't it? I do go round the houses, but I think you're absolutely right. Cena makes people step up. Cena will always be operating at this level up here with his promos and his matches. You will always be operating at a high level. If you can't get to that level, that's on you. That's on you. He ain't gonna lower down so that he can get to your level. He's up here. You go to him, and this is going to be the test for Austin Theory. Now, this is the test. He's going to have to verbally go toe to toe with Cena. He's going to have to get in the ring and have a match with Cena, and the bar is going to be set. I think it's a really good point, Mitchell. I think it's a really good point. You're right. Here is Becky and Lita, then. Becky and Lita. Do you think Goldberg will return? Oh, I hope not. Hope not wrestle with Andy. He wants a retirement match, doesn't he? Give him Akira Tozawa. So we're hearing from Becky and Lita. I know Dakota and Io didn't make it easy, but it was worth it, says Lita. You deserve it, Chance. You deserve it. As your friend, tag team partner. I sincerely want to thank you. It's Trish. Goldberg versus Gilbert retirement. Irish Rebel said, I think Cena is going to put Austin Theory over at Mania. Wasn't Trish advertised? She was, yeah. Okay, so Trish, Lita, Becky. Tough to follow that Cena stuff in it. Be fair. Okay, so Trish was talking, and out has come Damage Control. Is Bailey, Io, Dakota. Ding dong. You love to steal other people's spotlights, don't you? I see right through you. You're selfish. Trish and Lita, you are the reasons why we're in this ring. The three of us will be the reasons why you never come back. I warned you. I can go real quick from I am retired to I was retired. Stage of them all. How about us three versus you three at WrestleMania? Damage Control against They Accept. They Accept. What's up with Io and Dakota? What's up with them? They went to hit Trish and Lita, but they ducked out the way. They end up getting dealt with. So Damage Control against Io, Dakota, and Becky. Yummy short. Io, yummy short, said Erase Your Minds. Shot coming in there by Becky. Shot coming in by Trish. James said, didn't people say the same thing about MJF with Punk? Look at him now. Wrestler Andy said, Trish's Canadian accent is stronger than ever. Mitchell said, why is Trish talking like a robot? Because the real Trish retired, so we've had to get Trish Bot in. Trish Bot. Days, it'll be interesting to see what WrestleMania set will look like. Oh, definitely, Matt. Definitely. I hope they do a reveal. They normally do, don't they? Yeah, they should do. Night before we get the big unveiling. It's normally leaked before that point, but you don't really get a chance to see it in its full glory till they do the reveal thing. Right, Chelsea Green against Bianca Belair next week. This Bianca Asuka thing, I mean, I'm guessing it's because Asuka doesn't have a great command of English. It means that we're having to put Bianca in like singles matches against Carmella and now against Chelsea Green. Like the focus isn't on like the Asuka build, you know? Asuka just comes down and like spits goo and they stare at each other and smile. I think that's going to really hurt the build for that match. If you think that Bianca main evented with Sasha, and a lot of people thought she should have main evented with Becky, and that was a big deal. It didn't, obviously, because of Stone Cold Fair Play. I don't think there's anyone clamoring for the Asuka Bianca match to be like main event of night one. In all fairness, though, what I will say is that Rhea did win the Rumble, and the Rumble winners should main event. So I would imagine more people would probably be making the case for Rhea to main event anyway, what with winning the Rumble and that being the prize. But my point still remains. Did Cena come out? He did. Yes. Justin said, Damage Control got to cost Lita and Becky the titles before Mania. You've got to have those titles defended to start bringing more light to the title. Mitchell said, just let Asuka kick butt. It's not hard. Maka said, in your opinion, could this be the best WrestleMania? No, I don't think so. The problem with these WrestleManias now is they're bloated. I mean, the WrestleManias of old were like 3 hours, right? Then we got to the point where they kept adding matches and it got up to about nearly 6 hours. And we haven't took hours away. What we've done now is we've split that across 2 days. So now you've got, in a way, 2 WrestleManias. WrestleMania Day 1, WrestleMania Day 2. I don't know how fair it is to compare these 2-day WrestleManias to when we had, say, WrestleMania 17, which is the one everyone tends to regard as the best. I don't know how fair it is to compare that. What I would say is if you was to take the best matches from this year's WrestleMania and put them in a 3-hour show, well, then we could have a conversation. Then we could have a very interesting conversation. If you was to take just the best matches and not the stuff that's going to be there to fill out the 2 days, then I think we could have a very interesting conversation about what the best WrestleManias are. Be interesting if you did that for WrestleMania 36, 37, 38 as well. Just took the best matches, the best moments, took them out, put it into one WrestleMania. All of a sudden then, you've got something quite interesting. So, yeah, for that reason, I'm thinking there will be amazing matches, amazing moments spread out across 2 days. But equally, there's going to be moments where it dips, where it doesn't reach that same level. And I think as a result, you're going to be hard pushed to like beat a solid 3-hour show like WrestleMania 17, which I think was 3 hours something. I'm not sure. Before tonight, the last time we saw Cena in the ring was the final SmackDown of 2022, says Adam. Andy said, I'm surprised Asuka hasn't had a real character change. It's pretty much the same thing. That's a good point. Asuka is still the same to me, said Jojo. Building up for another Asuka loss, said Zoom Station. WrestleMania in Attitude Era was great, said Moolah. Looking at the card right now, what is your excitement level for Mania? Pretty good. Yeah, I would say probably about a 9, actually, which is very, very high. Very high. Not a 10. I mean, I feel like a 10, I would need, like, Rock Roman. But NXT tomorrow is going to be sick. I said it earlier, if you don't watch NXT, tomorrow might be a good time to have a little look because we got Shawn Michaels on the Grayson Waller Effect show. We've also got Gigi and JC, the two girls out of Toxic Attraction. They are going against each other for the first time in a match, like one-on-one. And there's like other stuff on that show that's going to be pretty big. It's a special NXT Roadblock. So we've been building up this show for a little while. I think it's tomorrow as well, the Women's Championship, Roxanne Perez against Miko Satomura. I think we might have that as well. So, yeah, tomorrow's NXT is going to be tasty. Yeah, it's probably about a 9. What I mean, like with everything that's kind of floating around and where we think it's all going to go, with Sammy and Kevin and Usos as well being added, I think it'll probably end up being about 9. The reason it wouldn't be a 10 is because, well, I think you could always have had Rock Roman. Do you know what I mean? Rock Roman always could have happened. There's also like WrestleMania 40 is next year. And that, I mean, if you think about WrestleMania 10 and how special that was, WrestleMania 20, how special that was, WrestleMania 30, Daniel Bryan and Undertaker, how special that was. I just get the feeling 40 is going to be special. 40 might be where we do Rock Roman. I can see us going even more special for 40. 40 years of WrestleMania. That's amazing, isn't it? 40 years of WrestleMania. Oh, let's go! Sami Zayn! Let's go! Are you going to do 2K23 videos, says Pep? Sadly not, no. I always think about doing them and then I never do them. And this year, I haven't even really thought about doing them, to be honest. So, I've managed to avoid the hype of that. I must admit, I am still looking at I saw the roster the other week and it had loads of legends. And I must admit, for the first time, I did go, I quite fancy playing as Andre the Giant on a modern machine. I mean, I've got a PC right here. If they drop a PC version on Steam, which I'm sure they will, very easy. But I don't really have time to play it. Right, we are underway. How long we got? 16 minutes. Mitchell said, my only issue is we have no stipulation matches so far. It would be nice to have a ladder match for the tag titles or something. Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, like the tag titles, I think are probably going to be in that Sammy Kevin match, aren't they? Intercontinental, I think, is going to be Drew. Austin Theories. I mean, like Drew Gunther, you can't complain at that. Sammy and Kevin against Usos. I would have liked Sammy in the main event, of course, as we said many, many times. But I mean, this has been the plan for a long time, so I think we knew it was going this way. And so, fine. It's a great story. Bloodline's one of the best stories they've ever told. So it all makes sense, and it's still paying off, So, yep. Logan, massive heat. Seth, massively over. Colliding them up against each other. I mean, I feel like Seth wins that. I I feel like Seth wins that, but what if he doesn't? What if he loses? I don't know. I mean, I don't want him to lose, but that's how it should be, isn't it? You should not want him to lose, and I don't want him to lose. He face against heel. Logan is a fantastic heel because people don't like him. And Seth is a great face. Yeah, I mean, even that match has kind of got my attention. Asuka against Bianca. I love Asuka. I'm not a big fan of the build, but I mean, listen, it doesn't matter when we get to the match, does it? The build, whatever. Here we are. Just hope it's a banger, but I don't have much confidence that Asuka's getting the win. And Rhea, Charlotte, brilliant. Cody, Roman, can we complete the story? Will we see the end of the title reign? I mean, that'll be huge. If this historic title reign comes to an end and Cody completes the story, finishes the story, that'll be massive. Mid-card matches are awesome. Honestly, all the title matches hit hard. All the title matches bang. There's not a single title match I've got an issue with. I love them all. All the title matches. I do agree, like, maybe a stipulation match in there. Maybe they'll do Andre the Giant Battle Royal on it, though. Perhaps they'll do the Battle Royal. It's good cards. I don't know what we do with the likes of Liv and AJ Styles. Well, AJ's out injured in all fairness. I don't know. I don't think he'll be back in time, so that one might be an easy one. Edge and Finn Balor should be good. My only concern is that we got Edge AJ Styles last year. I remember it being a bit long and a bit flat. I remember it being like it had quite a bit of time and it just didn't really do much for me. And I'm just a bit worried we might get the same here. They get quite a bit of time, it just doesn't really do much. No? It's weird, isn't it? Of all the matches, that might be the one I'm kind of like, wow. Brock and Moss. I mean, we all know Brock and Moss ain't going to be a banger, but there'll be some big, seeing Brock like pick up a Moss, deliver an F5 and like chuck him around and whatever, because Brock's strong enough to do that. Could be fun. I'm sure they'll try and make that match as fun as possible. And because it's Brock, it ain't going to outstay its welcome. Brock only does short matches most of the time. And a Moss only tends to be in short matches. So I don't think we need to worry about that outstaying its welcome. So, yeah, I mean, normally you can sit here and go, Braun Strowman against Shane McMahon. Not interested in that. Like, normally you can sit here and, like, do you know what I mean, find some matches. But honestly, like, even the ones that I've got little concerns about are like, yeah, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Yeah, I'm quite excited. NXT looks great tomorrow, said Swad Maverick. Yes. Have they mentioned what matches are scheduled for what night yet? No, I don't think they've. Well, I'm sure they have sorted it or got a rough idea, but nothing been announced. They tend to have both dates at the bottom at the moment. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Is the draft after Mania? There's been no news. I haven't seen anything about a draft. The rumors were they were going to do it after the Rumble, but clearly that never happened. Take my money, said James. Dagmar said, how do you feel about The Miz hosting? I think Jimmy and Jay separate. Do you agree? Also, do you think the winner of the IC contender match? I think Drew wins the IC contender match. I think Miz is fine as host. Equally, I wouldn't have minded celebrity, but a celebrity that can talk. Someone that's got a bit of something about him. Someone that's got a personality. I wouldn't have minded that either. I actually think that's a brilliant way to use celebrities, I'm not into celebrities having matches. But, like, I've got no problem with them performing or them being hosts. But I think Miz is fine. Great. He's a great talker. He's Hollywood. A-lister. He makes sense. And, he can take bumps, can't he, as well? You might not get that from a celebrity. Blue Thunder Bomb by Sammy. Shoulder up by Jimmy. You go to commercial break again. They're cramming in these commercial breaks. Do I think Jimmy and Jay will separate? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I'm really split on that one. I mean, my belief has been that it was going to be the Usos versus Kevin and Sammy. Right now, I don't know. I mean, this Jay being out of the bloodline, it's been a while, isn't it? I mean, he walked out after Rumble. That was the end of January. Here we are now, first week into March. Yeah, I don't know. I can't quite figure out which way they're going with it, but I think if someone said you've got to bet, put money on it, I would say they're going to reunite. I had to bet on it. What's Mania 40 prediction? Do you think it's Rock Roman and then Rock retires? Yeah. I mean, like, Rock Roman is the match that they keep getting asked about in interviews. They were asked about it for WrestleMania 38, and Heyman answered. I remember there was an interview. I forget who it was with, but Heyman did an interview, maybe with Ariel Helwani. I think it was, actually, now I'm saying it. And he said, could we see Rock Roman? And this was as we were heading to 38. And Heyman was like, well, don't you think it would make more sense to do a match of that magnitude when WrestleMania is in Hollywood? And like heavily implied that like 38 wasn't going to be where it was going to happen, but 39, would make more sense there. And we know they tried to make it for 39, but clearly it hasn't worked. They haven't been able to do it. But yeah, I think 40, it's got to be on the cards. It's just right there for you, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's right there. Right there. One of the biggest stars of Hollywood. One of the biggest superstars in wrestling. Both still able to compete. Both with it, it's not like The Rock's 75. Both still of an age where they can compete. But and it just turns out they're related, by the way. And we can't quite get them into the ring at the same time at WrestleMania. Like, I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe. We've got to get this match at some point. I can't believe we'll never get it. I think Rock's just trying to delay it because he doesn't want to lose. That's what doesn't want to lose. Fair play. Oh, you got it. Honestly, got to keep thinking, ain't you? Got to be one step ahead. What about Ronda and Shayna? I don't know what we do with Ronda and Shayna. I really don't know. I don't know what the plan's going to be. I mean, they've been, at the moment, haven't they been doing something with Natalya and Tegan? I really don't know what we do with them. I haven't heard any reports about what we do with those guys. I mean, maybe it's going to be Ronda, Shayna against Natalya and Tegan. If that is the match, that'll be a match that'll go straight into the I'm not that bothered about this match category, which, to be honest, I don't think there's a single match in that category right now for WrestleMania. I think I'm on board with all of them. Even Brock and Moss, as I keep saying, visually is going to look quite impressive. And even though the match is not going to be a banger and we could all think of better matches for Brock, it's not like Gunther has got a horrible opponent and that match is going to suck. Drew and Gunther would be amazing. I mean, I would get images of the Clash at the Castle match. Okay, we've got a big development here. Here's Jay Uso making his way through the crowds, jumping over the barricade. Jumping up. He says, we the ones. It's got Jay chants. Jimmy. Jimmy is smiling. Sammy goes for Haluva. Shot coming in there by Jimmy. Roll up. 1, 2, 3. Sammy gets the win. Sammy gets the win. Jimmy did not solve the Sammy problem. Jay came down. Now, Jay is not celebrating here. We now know where Jey Uso is. How long we got? 5 minutes. So Corey Graves says we now know where Jey Uso is. Okay, this is captivating. Jay's going to go into the ring. Jay's getting in the ring. Oh, man, this is a big ending to Raw, isn't it? Jay gets in the ring. I mean, we know there's no real issue between Jimmy and Jay. They competed together to defend the tag titles. It's just, will Jay come back into the bloodline? Okay, Jimmy, face to face. We're running out of time. Puts his hands on his shoulders. Is he going to turn on him? Is he going to do anything? I can't cope with this. Tapping him on the shoulder here, Jay. He's tapping him on the shoulder. Grabbing at the shirt. Oh, you just don't know what's going to happen, do you? What's he going to do? What's he going to do? He looks broken. Jay looks broken. People are shouting advice to Jay. Jimmy standing in the ring. Oh, what are you going to do? Walks off. He walks off. He stands behind Jimmy. Stands behind Jimmy. Is going to continue to walk, is he? Gets out the ring. Sammy's on the outsides. Jay looks at Sammy. He looks at Jimmy. Steps to... What's he say? He embraces? He embraces Sammy? Jay embraces Sammy? Is it a trap? Is it a trap? Is it a trap? Is it a trap? Jimmy looks broken. Jimmy looks broken in the ring. I think Jay said, I choose you. That he embraces Sammy. Oh, my God, I don't feel great about it. I don't feel great about it. The crowd are chanting Usi. Throws up a one. Throws up a one. Sammy throws up a one. Oh, my God, are we overrunning? No, we've still got a couple of minutes. It's not too late, Jimmy. It's not too late. It's not too late. Oh, Jay. There's a distance. He could super kick him. I don't like it. There it is. Oh. Oh. It's Family Boy. They milked it and milked it and milked it. And now Jay is wailing away on Sammy. Is Cody? Cody running down. Cody jumping into the ring. Cody coming to Sammy's aids. No, Kevin. Well, we know. We know. It's family. It's family. Cody makes the save. Oh, God. I was not expecting a segment, an ending as big. I was not expecting that. I didn't think they would do it. I didn't think they would go there. I didn't think they would deliver an ending as big as what they just delivered. I thought they were going to keep teasing all the way up till SmackDown. And then, like, on SmackDown, we would get the answer. But we've got the answer. In all fairness, I can't say it's a mistake, but they have taken one of the biggest talking points away from SmackDown. What's Jay gonna do? Is he going to rejoin the blood? Oh, no, he's done it. He's done it. What an ending. That ending was fire system. I didn't think it would happen tonight. I'm right with you, buds. Right with you. Very surprised they went there tonight. Certainly not disappointed they went there tonight. No complaints out of me whatsoever. I thought it was great. I thought it was great. I think the way that twisted and turned, and you just didn't quite know what it was going to do. You know, he's in the ring. He's approaching Jimmy. They're kind of staring at each other. He walks past him. Oh my God, it's so flipping. It was great. Put in your scores. I'm just getting ready to do a quick video because, of course, this has been the story, and everyone's going to want to talk about this. But fire in your scores whilst I'm doing that. Amazing. Cody, Kevin, Sammy, Usos, and Roman said Zoom Station. 8.5, 8.5, 9.4, 10. People firing in these scores. High scores, and totally understandably why. Still don't know how Jay will be around Roman. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit awkward. It's going to be a little bit awkward. But I'm sure it will work out. 875. I mean, Roman will love it when Roman will be, I'm sure, very appreciative that Jay has chosen to remain. Let's do this. Let's do this quick video. Change this over to right. Here we go. Massive segment to end this week's Raw. And honestly, I mean, massive just doesn't do it justice. We got Jay Uso coming down to ringside. And obviously our main event was Sammy versus Solo. No, it wasn't, was it? That's completely wrong. Sammy versus Jimmy. I don't normally botch. I'm so excited. Massive main event to end this week's Raw. We got Sammy versus Jimmy Uso. And honestly, massive doesn't do this justice because Jay Uso came through the crowds and seemed to show an alliance with Jimmy, but eventually sided with Sammy. This was a big moment. The crowd were going crazy. It seemed like Jay had picked a side, finally chosen a side. And as we said, this was huge. But then out of nowhere, a super kick to Sammy. Jay turns on Sammy, grabs him, starts saying this is about family, and makes his intentions known that he is siding with his brother. He is going back to the bloodline. And then what we saw was Sammy getting beaten down by the likes of Jimmy, by the likes of Solo. Jay getting involved as well. There's no doubt as to where Jay sides now and what side Jay is on. So there's no doubts there anymore. The big question was, would Kevin Owens come down to make the save here? Obviously, we're expecting KO and Sammy against the Usos. He didn't. It was Cody that actually came down. That makes sense, of course. He is the next opponent for Roman. So Cody made the save. No Kevin Owens yet. But it is worth mentioning, and this is something that I think might be picked up on. It was pointed out by people in the chat that there was a little conversation going on in the background earlier during Raw, and it could have repercussions for next week's show. And that was this moment here. You can see Elias and Boogs, their segment during Raw in the background. Don't know if you can just see over to the left-hand side, Cody talking to Kevin Owens. Cody talking to Kevin, trying to get Kevin on side, seemingly, trying to bring him round to partnering up with Sammy. Of course, it is in Cody's best interest to have the bloodline under control. So he is having a word, with Kevin Owens there. But Kevin Owens did not come to the rescue of Sami tonight. It would be Cody. But everything is set for this to go the way that we thought it was going to go. So big segment. The big takeaway, Jey Uso has chosen which way he wants to go. And for him, it's all about family. Boom. It's a trap for Cody next week, said Bonkers. Dark Knight said it's a throwback to Sean and Marty. 9 out of 10. Only recent show that was better. I don't know why we've got halftime scores going. I hope it's not halftime. I think it's because I didn't turn it off, to be honest, from when we were playing before. Halftime scores. Yeah, man. That's a big ending. That is seriously a big ending. I mean, Jey has finally chosen, and he hadn't chosen since the Rumble. And he finally chooses. Let's chuck this video up. Jey Uso turns on Sami Zayn and stays and chooses to stay with the bloodline. Massive. Been massive. Did not expect that tonight. Absolutely did not expect that tonight. Brilliant. I think as well, you know, that's going to really boost some people's scores. I mean, the halftime scores were not bad anyway. We were in 7s and 8s. But, you know, we had a few comments coming through that people weren't feeling the show. I mean, you know, for Jey to choose which way. They said this was going to be big. It was going to be significant. But as I said, I just didn't think that. Kind of thought the Logan thing would be what would be, you know, big, and the Cena thing would be big. Should have done it Friday, said Nelson. Said, I think he did it for Jimmy so he didn't get in trouble. Mitchell said, what's your rating? Probably an 8. Probably an 8. I think that ending is huge. And I just love, as I said in that quick little recording, like I love the little thing in the background as well. Like, I mean, that's always something people get excited about. And it's nice, isn't it? If you noticed it, if you saw it, I mean, it's just a nice little, it's a little extra. It's a little Easter egg. Like these conversations are going on in the background. I really like that. I think the Cena segment was great. I know a lot of people saw it as being buried. I love Paul's point of, listen, this is the benchmark. This is the standard. You either reach that standard or you don't. And if you don't, you're going to get massacred. And I'm sorry to say that Austin Theory got massacred. But that's on him, isn't it? That's on him to get better. That's on him to improve. So he has got some work to do. He needs to improve. He needs to get better with his promos. He just needs to give them a bit more thought. But as I said, to give him some credit, it could be that they said, look, you need to sell this week promo-wise because the story is going to be that you're not good enough, basically. So there's no good him doing a killer promo this week if the story is you're not good enough. So he could have been handicapped a little bit. He could have been like held back and not allowed to kind of deliver like a killer promo because that would go against the story. So I kind of I don't want to go too hard in on him and say, oh, you know, he got killed, got massacred, you know, he's not good enough, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to do that because don't quite know what the truth is. But, I mean, it was a great segment. I enjoyed that segment. The Logan segment, I mean, and the crowd made that for me. There wasn't really much in the way of, like, killer lines in there, but the crowd just took over. Main event segment is awesome. I don't really think there's much that lets the show down. Anything that I wasn't really interested in didn't stick around. So, like, you know, the Amos match didn't stick around. I mean, it just wasn't around long enough to offend me or bring my score down that much. I mean, Could I have had something stronger there instead? Sure. And this is why I'm not 10 out of 10, because there are parts of the show that I could have had something that would have appealed to me a bit better. Corbin against Chad Gable. Was I interested in that? No. They did at least put some at stake for it, though, They did at least try to make it mean something. What with Corbin being allowed to join Maximum Male Models. You can make the argument it's not a great prize, but at least they tried to put something at stake for it. So, yeah, I mean, but I still didn't need it. Piper Niven getting a squash win over Nikki ASH. Didn't need it. The only thing I'd say to that is I think, again, it's just to build a bit of sympathy for Nikki, and it worked because, we know that she's been trying to, get join up with Candice. It's a shame that Candice wasn't involved in that segment, though, because I feel like, Nikki took the L, and I do feel really sorry for her, but I don't know, that didn't feel like there was much focus on her taking the L. I would have liked that loss to. I would have liked maybe the camera to have stayed on her to have got up and just looked devastated, just looked lost again, and for that loss to have meant something as well. I kind of feel like Piper got the win, and then I think we very quickly went to the next segment. So that I think could have been a bit stronger. The Corbin match I didn't really need. The Amos match I didn't really need. I mean, you've got to build. Amos has got to be on the show because we're building to the Brock thing. But yeah, it's just maybe some of the finishes were just a bit too screwy as well. So it's things like that stop it being 10 out of 10 for me. But I wouldn't be dropping too low because I was so entertained. I mean, honestly, it was such an easy 3 hours to watch. Such an easy 3 hours to watch. And there were some big segments in there. It seems people are split on Roman Cody, said Samantha. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, people are split on everything. So, yes. I think the majority are with it, though. The majority are with that match. And I think Roman has got fans. People love the bloodline, and they've loved Roman, and they're enjoying the title reign, and they want him to get to 1,000 days. And so there are people out there definitely who want to see Roman win. But I think the majority are with Cody, and I think the majority want Cody to finish his story. At the shows, you're hearing the Cody chants. It's not like the crowd are all there cheering for Roman and booing Cody. Like the reactions seem to be where WWE would want them to be. But like everything else in wrestling, yes, people are definitely split because they always will be with everything in wrestling. Jey Uso turns on Sami Zayn and remains in the bloodline. WWE Raw news. Amazing. Right, I want to get to people's final thoughts. I'm just chucking this up on YouTube because this is a big talking point. Right, let's do that. Let's get that shared. Let's go back here. Boom. If Cena would not have introed Cody, that promo would have felt real, said Jono. Easy 3 hours to watch, and we don't say that every week, said James. Rob said, or is Theory going over with a run-in from Orton and give us Orton-Cena match? Would sort of be a waste of Randy to do the same Orton-Edge. Perhaps Cena wins clean, then what? I don't think Orton's going to be involved. I really don't. I mean, I think that Theory wins. I think it'll be clean. I really do. I don't think that Theory beating Cena by a screwy finish does anything for Theory. And we don't need to protect Cena at this point because his career's done. Anything Cena does in a ring now is absolutely a bonus ball. Anything he does in a ring is a bonus ball. He's out. He's Hollywood's. This isn't his focus. I mean, he loves it. He loves coming back. He'll always come back. He'll always be around. We'll always get him returning. But I think anything we get now is kind of, it's sort of after his run. His run has been and gone. And this is now after the run. So we don't need to protect Cena. Cena will always be loved. And I think that it doesn't serve Theory any benefit to win by cheating. But equally, it doesn't serve Cena any benefit to win by cheating. I mean, first of all, he's a face. Second of all, like, that would mean Theory would lose. Granted, Theory would lose and he wouldn't have deserved to have lost, and maybe it would build a bit of sympathy for Theory, but we don't really want to do that, do we? We're not looking to turn Theory face. So I think it would be clean. I really do. I think it'll be clean. I don't know which way it goes. I would be guessing Theory. I would be guessing this would be a way of, showing that he is good enough to beat someone like John Cena. In 2023, Austin Theory can beat John Cena, the John Cena. And that might not mean much to fans, as we said earlier, because, like, Cena is Cena, isn't he? He's out of the game now, really, is Hollywood now. So he's there to put people over. So him losing, I think a lot of hardcore fans will be like, yeah, it makes sense. But to the casuals, it will mean a lot. To people that, do you know what I mean? Like, just watch every once in a while. This is still John Cena. Like, he is... There's only certain people that kind of are bigger than wrestling. And for a brief time, he was bigger than wrestling. I mean, his memes of "you can't see me" and everything, it went into pop culture. Cena broke into pop culture. And there's not loads of wrestlers that can do that. Obviously, The Rock being most notable, but Cena as well, very much. Again, if you talk to a lot of non-wrestling fans and mention the name John Cena, they're going to know who he is. And there's not loads of people that happens with. So beating someone of that standing, beating someone. I mean, don't forget he's tied for the most world championship wins ever. He's on 16 with Ric Flair. So for someone like Theory to beat him at WrestleMania, it will mean something. It will mean a lot. So yeah, good. I like the feuds. I like the match. I even like the segment. I do definitely want to see Theory fire back strong now. He got humbled this week. And I want to see him come back with something. So I don't know. I don't know if Cena's on next week. I don't know. I mean, do we only see him now at WrestleMania? Even if it is just WrestleMania, it's not going to stop Theory saying some words, cutting a promo. Actually, do you know what I watched? I watched this amazing... I had seen it before, but I completely forgot about it. The Rock, when he was involved in a feud with Cena, he did a video where he was at home and he was talking about Cena. And then, like, someone knocked and he looked around and he went, "John, what are you doing here in my house?" And then the camera panned over and it was a kid in a Cena shirt and a Cena hat. And the kid was like, "You can't see me." And The Rock went over and went, "John, sit down. Let's have a talk." And like he then started cutting a promo on John Cena, who wasn't even there, and started like ripping into him and like ripping into the fact that he looks like he dresses like Fruity Pebbles and all this kind of stuff. It's an amazing video. It's so good. And it was all one-sided. I mean, apart from the kids just responding to a few of what, The Rock was saying, it was largely just The Rock cutting a promo. But it was so good, so clever, so funny. There's nothing stopping Theory doing something along those lines. So even if Cena's not around, Theory could be creative and come up with something along those lines. And honestly, if I was working at WWE, that's what I would say to Theory. I'd be like, "Look, Cena's not going to be around for a few weeks because of his schedule. But it doesn't mean that you have to just do a boring backstage promo. Let's do something that's going to get the fans' attention, that's going to get people talking, and that's going to make you look like you can stand your ground here." And I would point him towards what The Rock did in their feud 10 years ago when he got that kid come into his house dressed as Cena and he treated it as if it was Cena. At one point, the kid bursts into tears and he's like, "I'm not as good as you." And he's like, "I know, John. I know. We all know. We all know, John." Honestly, if you're not seen it, check it out. Days, what do you think about The Rock and Roman announcing their WrestleMania match a year in advance like Cena and Rock did? The Rock comes out at WrestleMania to distract Roman, which sets it up. I wouldn't. I don't think I'd do it. I did think about it. when we were talking earlier about doing it at WrestleMania 40, I did wonder about doing that. But I wouldn't do it because you're taking the moment away from Cody. So the end of WrestleMania 39, in my mind, is going to be Cody achieving the boyhood dream. And so to have Cody with the belt and Pyro going off and everything, how are you going to have Roman and Rock and that moment as well? They're kind of going to get in each other's way. So, I mean, I don't think you want WrestleMania ending with people talking about The Rock. I think you want WrestleMania ending with people talking about Cody and a new star and the end of Roman's title reign. So if you was going to do it, you could have a little, I would imagine Rock will be there, and you can absolutely have a backstage moment between the two before the match. Do it well before the match. You could even do it night one, right? Rock, Roman, face to face, backstage at Mania, exchanging a few words, little bit heated, few things getting exchanged, something like, you know what I mean, like glances, dirty looks, bit of suspicion, whatever. And you could definitely do that. Do that, say, night one. Night two is all about Cody. He wins the title. Then there'd be nothing stopping you on the Raw after WrestleMania doing something there between The Rock and Roman. Be nothing that, I mean, listen, that you could book it in a year in advance, and I really don't mind it. I wouldn't want it to get in the way of Cody's moment. It really feels like Cody's moment should be, it's done. He's finished the story. Roman's title reign is over. I don't think I would touch the Rock thing at that point. Theory wins because Cena is not staying, said Darren. Rob said, does anyone find it funny that Gargano has such a pro-children gimmick? It's almost like a parody of Cena's actual persona. It's kind of funny. A pro-children gimmick. He's had a kid, hasn't he? So he is talking about kids and baby wrestling and whatever. Don't know. Can't say I've ever really thought about it. Going Go said, hot take. Once again, WWE used Sammy Bloodline to save the show. Without it, I would give it a 6. I'm worried about what the new storyline they come up with after Kevin and Sammy beat the Usos. Yes, I am worried about the future for Sammy in particular. I mean, I think Kevin has shown that he will always be around main events. Maybe not all the time, but I mean, he fought Roman at Royal Rumble main event for the title in 2001. Managed to get back into that title match again in 2023. He is someone that you can always put into that position. Sammy has not been that person. I mean, hopefully we're there now because he's had one main event in Montreal, but that was obviously a very exceptional special time. But I don't know that we are going to see Sammy back at that level. That was always the concern about not pulling the trigger in Montreal, was that for Sammy, it felt like it could just be hit this moment. And, who knows if creative are going to be able to get him that hot again? Who knows if creative are going to be able to, what we're seeing right now with Sammy and the Bloodline? Who knows if we're going to be able to get Sammy back to that level after this story? I agree. I'm worried as well. I don't know what we do with. They'll be tag champs. They'll be over. They'll be popular. But as we said, will Sammy be as popular? I mean, it was exceptional. So yeah, I don't disagree. In regards to the show being a 6, I mean, I don't think that's unfair. I can see why people would be down on parts of this show. And why they would be frustrated, maybe frustrated with Solo and Kevin not having a good ending. Frustrated with, some of the other matches that, Carmella against Bianca. Finn against Johnny, ends with Edge coming back, distraction, another frustrating. Like, I get it. Yeah, I do understand. It's a big ending, though, innit? It is a big ending. And I did like the Seth segment, and I did like the John Cena segment, so I can't say there isn't anything here. So if for you it was like a 6 going into that final segment, I can understand that. I can understand it. I thought Alexa got released, said James. Something very important. Heyman said NYC Man O' War. Without the titles, there's no more Island of Relevancy, no more Bloodline. Could The Rock distract Roman during the match, causing Roman to lose? I don't think so. I mean, he could, but I think if Cody's going to do it, he needs to do it clean. I don't think this title reign of Roman's should end because of a distraction. I think it should be that someone was good enough to be able to do it. We've seen people that could have done it. You can make the argument that Drew would have done it. You can make the argument that Sammy would have done it. You can make the argument that Kevin would have done it. But there was always outside interference from the Bloodline or whoever. But you could make the argument that this reign could have come to an end a few times. Is Cody going to be able to not only overcome Roman, but overcome all the stuff on the outside? Do you know what would be better? Rock coming down and dealing with the Bloodline. So not necessarily distracting. I wouldn't have it where Roman's looking and he can't believe what's happening. Then he gets caught and 1, 2, 3, he loses. I wouldn't go that way personally. I would have it whereby Rock comes down, deals with the Bloodline. They are out of the equation. The only problem is they are also family. That is a bit of a problem because for him to just out of nowhere turn on his own family is maybe a little bit of an issue. But I don't know, just speaking out loud, spitting whilst we're thinking. He could take them out. I would then let the match carry on a little bit longer, actually, after that. So Rock has dealt with Bloodline. That means it is literally just down to Roman Cody 1-on-1. And then I would have the match continue a little bit because I would not want that to be seen as being a distraction. I would even have Roman looking like he's about to win, hitting a Superman punch. Spear, Superman punch, Cody down, 1, 2, shoulder up. Make it so that you've just put a bit of distance between that. And Roman had the advantage. Match continues. Cody ends up winning. It ends with Cody celebrating. Pyro going off. Cody celebrates. He won. He won clean. No one can say that The Rock was the reason why Cody wins that match. But it still allows Roman to have an issue with The Rock because he chased away the Bloodline. And, you know, it threw me off my game or whatever, right? The fans will be like, yeah, sure, of course it did. But that would be the way I would personally go because I just would be so worried about making Cody look like he needed help. Right. And I think, honestly, having help to deal with the Bloodline, there's no problem there. Because really, this should be a one-on-one match, shouldn't it? It should be one-on-one. The only person Cody should have to beat is Roman. All the people on the outside of the ring, they shouldn't be there in the first place. So having someone deal with them, just like how Fury knocked out Austin Theory, right? And just like how we have seen people dealing with Bloodline in the past, but they still find a way. I don't mind that. Again, though, you might run the risk of people talking about The Rock rather than Cody, but hopefully if you put a bit of distance between them, you know, if you have Rock come out early and do that, and then the match goes for 20 odd minutes afterwards, 1-on-1, close falls, you know, hopefully by the end we can be fully focused on Cody again. Don't know. I don't even know if I would book that though, to be honest. I don't even know if I would book that. I don't know if I'd want to run the risk of people still talking about The Rock. Because I don't think you need The Rock to get involved to set up a match for the future, you know? And as I said, it's a bit awkward because this is The Rock's family. So for him to, out of nowhere, just attack his family, I would feel like we would need a bit of background to it as well. So I don't know if it's not just better just to have Cody beat Roman and Sammy and Kevin can come down and deal with the Bloodline. Do the exact same thing, but rather than The Rock, have Sammy and Kevin come down and deal with the Bloodline, meaning that it's just one-on-one between Roman and Cody. And then, you know, Roman's lost his title. He can cut a promo on Raw saying that, he's still the head of the table, head of the family, all this kind of stuff. And then maybe you bring Roman out on Raw, bring Rock out on Raw and have him confront and set up the match that way. So he doesn't actually play a part in the finish. So many ways you can go. I think I would do that, though. I think this story has been about Sami and Kevin, so I think I would do that. I wouldn't have The Rock involved at all. They need to get Cody Roman builds in. It's been flat so far, says Justin. Jordan said, I think it's going to just be for the WWE title so Roman can get over 1,000 days. Philip said, what match do you think should main event the other night? I think it should be Sami and Kevin against the Usos. I mean, if you think that this is just main evented Raw, I mean, look, Bianca Asuka is just an afterthought. There's no way that can main event. Rhea and Charlotte, it's just not as big as the Bloodline story. And I understand the argument, right? We've had this conversation before. I understand the argument that if you win the Rumble, you main event WrestleMania. Rhea won the Rumble. She won the right to main event WrestleMania, right? I get it. I understand. I hear you, right? So I would say Rhea, Charlotte would be fine to main event WrestleMania. But if you go by that logic, when would the tag teams main event WrestleMania? They never would, because there isn't a tag team Royal Rumble. So with that logic, the tag teams, the Usos, will never main event WrestleMania, right? So I think we have to allow there to be an exception, right? If the story warrants the main event spot and it's a tag match, then I think we should be allowing an exception. And I think this is certainly the exception. The Usos deserve to main event WrestleMania. I don't think you're going to find anyone arguing that. The Usos deserve to main event WrestleMania. Sami and Kevin Owens, right? I mean, look at what Sami just did in Montreal, right? I would have him in the flipping main event of night 2, let alone night 1, but he deserves to main event WrestleMania. Kevin Owens, granted, who did main event last year against Stone Cold, but whatever, right? He is someone that I think we're all fine with seeing in the main event. I have no doubt that the tag match should be the main event of night 1. And as I said, I understand the argument of Rhea, but I just think that, I'm sorry, Rhea, this is a year where the Bloodline story has been so massive and has really just turned around the ratings. I mean, if you look at those numbers on SmackDown, if you look at the reaction in Montreal, if you look at the ending of the show tonight, there is just no doubt what should be main event of night 1. So I do feel sorry for her. She's the one that I feel sorry for, because I think if you do win the Rumble, you should get that main event spot. But, I mean, listen, the women didn't even get it last year, did they? The women didn't get it last year. Becky won last year, and she ended up in the middle of the card with Bianca. Cody came back. He didn't main event night 1. It went, I mean, understandably so, to Stone Cold Steve Austin and Kevin Owens. So, again, there was an exception there as well. I do think it's a bit unfair to the women to keep having these exceptions. But, if I was booking, I would really make a big effort to make sure that WrestleMania 40 Night 1 was the women's match that main evented. But I can't make any argument for it being anything other than Usos, Sami, and Kevin for this year, to be honest. Jordan said, I just hope that when Rock Roman happens, it exceeds expectation. The match has been talked about for so long. Anything other than a 5-star would be disappointing. Honestly, I wouldn't go in with that mentality. I understand it. I wouldn't go in with that mentality, though, because, I mean, The Rock is getting on a little bit and obviously is very inactive. We haven't seen him in a long time. I don't even know his last match. It might have been that little thing at WrestleMania 32 when he did is it a rock bottom to Rowan and picked up a win in 7 seconds. So I can't say I would be having expectations of 5. I mean, when does Meltzer give 5 stars to WWE? I mean, it's very rare. I mean, unless your name's Gunther or Johnny Gargano, it's probably not happening. So I don't know that I could have that as an expectation. At this stage, I just want them to get it done. At this stage, I really thought this was the year it was going to happen, and it's not. So right now, I don't even know if I'm ever going to see it. let alone if it's going to be any good. So right now, I just want to get it over the line, get it done. So once it's done, I mean, the build will be great. I've got no doubts about that. And then, the match will be whatever the match will be. WWE are very good at creating atmospheres. So, they're going to tease that stare off. You're going to have Rock and Roman staring at each other at WrestleMania. The crowd going crazy. You'll have goosebumps. It's going to set it off. And then, they'll have some spots in there. They'll make it work. I mean, Logan is very limited with his wrestling ability, right? I say that because he's very athletic and he's been shown stuff, but there's only so much you can learn within the short space of time. He's learned what he needs to learn to put on the matches that he has put on. That's the truth, right? He's learned what he needs to learn to put on the matches that he has done. So he is someone that comes in for the big shows. He, works on things he needs to work. He's got like his frog splash down. He's got the buckshot lariat down. He's got a suplex down. He's got like a few bits like that. But, he hasn't got this repertoire of like reverse Ranas or blue thunder bombs or do you know what I mean? Like all these big spots that he can go to. He's got a very limited move set, which works for him because he only needs to know the moves he needs for the matches. They can do the exact same thing with Rock and Roman, not in the case of like teaching them moves, but in the case of just putting a match together, making sure that it's a match that's, got dramatic moments in it, close calls, things like that. And it's a match that I'm sure would deliver. I mean, as long as they can actually still go through the motions and do it, because obviously Rock is going to have ring rust. He's been out the ring a long time. As long as he's still going to have that ability to do it, I've no doubt that it would still be a good match. But I couldn't sit here and say it'd be 5 stars. Couldn't sit here and say it'd be 5 stars. Going Ghost said a few weeks ago, Meltzer reported WWE was thinking of Charlotte Rhea as main event for political and sponsorship reasons. That would be a horrible choice. Rob said Mania will be entertaining no matter the order. Every match other than the part-timer returning star matches have good performers and should be fire. I agree. Mark said, I understand why Jay turned because it's family, but don't go back to Roman. He treated you like beep. If not Owens and Sammy, maybe they go Rhea Charlotte and then cap it off with the 6th woman and double down. I don't think they would finish with the 6 woman tag. I think it would. I mean, honestly, I think it would be Rhea Charlotte if it's not going to be the Usos and Sammy. I suppose you've just got to look at like the focus going into WrestleMania. That'll give you a good idea of what's going to main event. And the spotlight on Damage Control has been very consistent, but we're not seeing them in consistent main events and big segments. And they got a little bit of time this week, but it was, it wasn't like they weren't even announced for this show. I don't remember on the official preview them even talking about them. Like this show was all about Sammy taking on Jimmy. It was about Solo taking on Kevin. It was about Logan. It was about John Cena. Like those were seemingly the big focuses. So I don't know. I just can't see it being Trish, Lita, Becky against Damage Control that closes night 1. It just doesn't feel big enough. Doesn't feel like they've put a big enough spotlight on it. Big stars though. I mean, listen, Becky Bailey. If it was a 1-on-1 match, I think that could be in the conversation. But no, I think it'll be the Usos. The Usos is the one that makes the most sense. If it's not that, then I think it'll be Rhea. If it's not that, then I think it could be Seth or Logan because that's had a big spotlight on it. If it's not that, then it could be the Cena Theory match. I think I'd have to get quite far down the list to get to the Damage Control match. But never say never. Never say never. It could be any of the matches. It could be Brock and Moss. They might think Brock and Moss is the match that people are tuning in for, that people are clamoring to see. And yeah. Right, I think we're done anyway. We've stuck around 40 minutes after. I mean, I'm meant to do reviews and all of this. This was a big show, though. This is a big show. So it probably deserved us sticking around for a little while and chatting. I mean, clearly I didn't get all the points across and everything I wanted to say in the 4 hours that we had. So we had to stick around for an extra 40 minutes in order to go through bits. But I hope you enjoyed it all the same. I really appreciate people stopping by, of course. And we're back tomorrow with that massive, massive NXT. Do not miss that NXT tomorrow. It is going to be huge. It is going to be huge. So big thank you to everyone that joined us. Really appreciate the support. Big NXT tomorrow. So if you're around, I'll see you then. If not, see you next time. Bye for now.